Can y'all hear me this morning? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, you guys can hear me? I had 2 Jennies in the background, and I wasn't sure which one was which. Yay. Hi, guys. I've missed you so much. I've missed you. Missed you, missed you, missed you. Margaret says, "Yay, clap, 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 clap back, clap, 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 clap." I missed you guys. I missed you guys so much. Hey, Lauren and Margaret. Margaret, I know, honey, it's so early. It's early for me too. I'm like so sleepy. Even though I've slept a ton, I'm still just war frazzled out. Good morning, QB. Thanks for doing all the thingy things. Don't forget to put your DNA all over the like button and do all the other YouTubey things like subscribe and share. Sharing is caring. No, you did not break anything, QB, honey. You were incredible. You were incredible. Absolutely. Some crazy person infiltrated your channel. Lauren said, "We missed you too. How was it?" Unless you're sick, don't share that mess, right? How was retreat? QB was a great stand-in, though, but we missed you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Retreat was fun. I'm going to tell y'all, though, I am so out of shape. Everything retreat-wise was great, right? It's always fun to catch up with, your it's always good to catch up with your tribe, your peoples, right? But then, oh my God, I knew I was out of shape, but oh my goodness, my feet and my back were miserable the entire time. I was just, So I told Dale whenever I got back home, I'm like, I want my bed. I want my things. Yeah. So, um, I've got my watch on the charging, and I'm going to increase my step count goal. I gotta do some serious stuff to get some weight off of me. Not even gonna lie, because I'm not going to let my body feel the way that it does. But other than my unfitness self, everything else was great. Yes, everything else was great. QB says, "This why I stay home. I pay to be here, and my stuffs are here." I think I actually diamond painted one actual release size paper of I got one release size paper done. That's what I got done. Started another, but did not get that finished. I did a lot of socializing, a lot of talking, a lot of hugging, a lot of kissing, a lot of more hugging, a lot of eating. Mhm. Mhm. Um, so I did drink my water, QB. I drank my water. I did drink my water. All right. So are we guys? I missed you guys so much. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I missed you so much. so much. And QB, I have got to say thank you so much for hosting Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Thank you, you guys in the chat that are here and available. Give our sweetness QB a big, huge, massive round of applause, and let her know that we love her. Ma'am, it was my pleasure. Have you listened? Because you just changed your mind. No. No. No, I doubt that very much. No, I did not go to Delphi. It was out of the way, and on the way home, we were too tired. We were exhausted. So we did not go. I did not get to catch much of the streams while hi Henny. I missed you. I was just going on and on about how QB did such a great job while I was gone, and I appreciate you so much, QB. Thank you. I love you very much. Oh, you still have to come back in 1 year. I'm sorry, Margaret. I'm sorry. All right. So I didn't get to catch up in, I mean, I would pop in and out, but there was so much going on that at the retreat that I couldn't concentrate, obviously, on the trial. I was more or less just checking in to say hey to you guys and checking in with QB and all that stuff. So while the trial is actually going on today, I'm probably going to be a little bit lost in the dark because maybe not though. I don't know. Hopefully I can figure it out. But I've got the screen ready. Let me pop that screen up to share. Let me mute it real quick, or not mute it, but pause it real quick and rewind it because there looks like a little bit of something going on in the courtroom this morning, and I don't quite know what it was. But let's get started. Let me pop that up there. And I will mute myself and we will begin.
When it's open, you may be seated. 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I, counsel, identify?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
So you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented by.
Hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Link, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other. And I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we could exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second? All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Jim.
Maybe.
We also have exhibit book 8.
8.
Thank you.
Rise for the jury. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. Yes. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
Be mindful of the step up. Morning.
morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and during the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases, to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Kelleher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding to?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location and respond to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That was the officer, Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else, from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lang, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that there was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processings, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lang had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lang had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That's correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snowblower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up. And it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lang the most important thing he could do at this time would...
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lang put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. Had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to direct your attention. Direct your attention to what's commonly marked as exhibits 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please review those yourself. Look up on your screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
No, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Lally, hold on. Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
No, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
I thought the witnesses retreat. I thought the witnesses retreat.
Yes. Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked, next 13 photographs in the book be marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay. Thank you.
It's 21 from 32.
Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
Madam Court reporter, could I see the other one? Thank you, ma'am. I know, it's you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you could enlarge that just a bit. And Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
I believe that's Exhibit 30.
And if you could just describe to the jury what if anything, we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if I ask, or any, this is a
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here. And it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
And next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
May I approach you on just?
Yes, yes. Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the. can you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera footage?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape, it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera. You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. See it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So, Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Again, if you could play from there. Lieutenant, what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around. Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before. In case there were any questions on how it was deployed, I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
So showing you with this, you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
May we approach?
Okay.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, please introduce the
Okay. Thank you.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30?
28.
The last exhibit is this. If I could publish that to the jury.
Yes.
Anyway, this is 1 through. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, yeah.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We were concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
So what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, hit play. And the next video, Nick. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please. And Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on. Okay. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything, else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes,
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at this time, seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
You number 2-1 bottom. Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Nancy.
Stay seated.
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue was that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen. It's
dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
I'll watch around your .com. Honestly, with our content, I really can't think of a better service that can provide action.
All right. I went to go take my break. And then as soon as I was headed out the door, I was like, okay, they just said 10, 15-minute break. So I will wait. Hey, Kel, I saw you pop in. Gail, Brenda. You guys popped in. I wanted to say hi. Hi. And you too, Chaloon. I heard that QBO on your home computer. Creaky old courtroom with their hear ye, hear ye. Hear ye, hear ye. I love their accents too. Somebody said that a while ago. Brenda says, I love their accent. Me too. I agree. QB did an awesome job. Absolutely. She sure did. Teal person hair waving. I'm sorry about the hot water issue, Brenda. That sucks. Gail, thinking about you, honey. She said this month is hard, but I'm doing pretty well. I'm thinking about you. QB had said something about it looked like the blood drops was coming from the house. couldn't really tell for me because, I mean, I guess it probably may have, but it just looked like a bunch of, like, they just kept showing the same, like the same photo, just in different view, like from different angles or whatever. But it was hard for me to tell. Margaret says, I work with people from Boston and they call me Margaret. Margaret. Kel, as far as the retreat goes, it was great. Yeah, it was great. Totally missed you bad, though. Me and Mickey talked about you a lot over the weekend. I would have done the FaceTimey thing, but the internet for me was kind of like in and out. It, like, I kept dropping their Wi, because we were like down in the basement. Um, yeah. She did behave herself the whole time. Mm. Why do I not believe that? Why do I have no, um I feel like that is a whole lie. Oh, Brenda, no, I didn't. And the lake they went into, they actually left the retreat area and went to one of the lighthouses. I think that was like 20, 30 minutes away from where the retreat was at. And it was just a small group of them that went. And they were standing in the lake, just like up to their knees just to get a picture. But they didn't stay out there because that water was apparently ice cold. But no, I didn't go to the lighthouse. I was just afraid it was going to be too much walking for me. Yeah, I was struggling hardcore with um, pain in my back and my feet. So, oh, Margaret, she wouldn't let you do a poll. Oh, definitely cold, Brenda. May, Michigan, lake. Yeah, cold. Cold, cold, cold. Cold, cold, cold. Burr, 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 cold, right? Brenda, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, this is my 4th retreat, and this time I really struggled getting around. And it just goes to show me that I have got to get myself back in shape. I have got to do something to lose some weight. And you know how when you put on a few pounds, you go from being able to get around to all of a sudden it's like, bam. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. That was me. That was me this weekend. I was absolutely, yeah, no, 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 nope. Ma'am, I couldn't even do a poll, said QB. So yeah, I'm gonna, I know, Brenda, it does. It seems like overnight it happens. I've been feeling it for a while, you know? I've been feeling it for a while, and, man, I couldn't stand for very long at a time. My feet was hurting so much. Um, my back, oh, it was just, ugh. I was like, okay, yeah, I got to get myself walking. I got to get myself eating better. I got to lose some weight. So I'm thankful that I felt bad over the weekend, even though I didn't want to feel bad over the weekend. But I'm thankful I did because it totally showed me, girlfriend, get your ish together because I can't. No, no, no. I'm not going to a retreat like that, feeling like that again next year. It's not going to happen. I love you, Jesse Weber, but I got to get you off the screen, Mr. I love Jesse Weber from Long Crime. Love you. Mean it. Chaloon says, I will join you, Jenny. I've lost 60 pounds and need to be diligent of keeping it off every day battle. Wow, Chaloon, good job. Good job. How have you lost your weight, Chaloon, if you don't mind me asking? Brenda says it's tough doing Crime Cafe every day and working at home. It is, but at the same time, there's no reason I can't get some of this off of me, Spin says, girl, I feel you. It's time for me to lose like 75 pounds. Ugh. QB said, I lost 45 pounds and then the steroids. Wow. I know those steroids, they'll mess you up. Kel said, I feel the same way, Jenny. I had a really bad episode with my gallbladder yesterday and definitely need to take better care of myself. Right? I'm sorry you felt bad yesterday, Kel. That's gallbladder stuff is no joke. Brenda said, heck, maybe on breaks we could stand and do toe touches and leg lifts. You know what? You ain't lying. You ain't lying. That's what we need to do. That's definitely what we need to do. Steroids are the worst. They're so bad about, like, they just make you hungry. And then whatever it is about them, they make you puff up, you know? Amen. I've been living on M&Ms. I have been in a lazy stretch. Exercise with the Crime Cafe. We're gonna have to tell Lee whenever Lee comes, which I missed Lee, by the way. Oh my goodness, I've missed Lee. Gonna have to tell Lee to bring in virtual healthy snacks, maybe. Yeah, virtual healthy snacks. M&Ms are good, right, Sherry? Oh my god, some peanut butter M&Ms. Oof. Let's see. Crime Cafe workout sesh. Yes. Oh, he hasn't been here, QB? Doggone it. He's sick. Oh no. He's got bronchitis. Oh, I'm gonna have to go check in on him. Chaloon said part of it I was on Ozempic, even though type 1, but it made me way too sick, like in the hospital. Been doing it on my own, walking my dog a lot, and no snacking. Wow. I remember you said that Ozempic made you sick. Carrots and cauliflower, right, Brenda? Dang, Morgana beat me to it. Oh, I'm sorry he's feeling bad. Doggone it. Ozempic can be a miracle if the person can tolerate it, but not for me. Mm. Well, what did it do to you? Because I thought Ozempic was actually for people who are diabetic. They like put people on it who are pre-diabetic, and they found out that it's also very helpful for weight loss. But people were taking it who were not diabetic, and it was making them sick. But if you already have type 1, I don't understand, what did it do to you, Chaloon? Spence says, LOL, it's fun in here, Morgana. No, I've got to, oh, Sherry said Lee went to the doctor and they gave him meds. Hopefully he's feeling better. Well, I'm gonna check in on him right now because let me go do that. I know he said a few days ago something about, or maybe it was last Thursday, he said something of going in and out. So, um, Chaloon said, yes, it helps blood sugar amazingly, and it helped me lose a big chunk of weight. My diabetes doctor says more and more overweight type 1s are getting it. Chaloon said it made me go from 44 units of one of my insulin dose to 6 units. That's insane. So what did it do? Like make you go way low in sugar drop? Um, People were abusing it, taking double doses, and now insurance companies are refusing to pay for it. It's a shame because it's really effective. Oh, wow. Um, Brenda, it's, I think it's a shot that you give yourself like once a week or something, if I'm not mistaken. Morgana, I'm going to make some skateboard ramps for you and have a ball rolling around in here. Okay, I heard back from Lee. I asked him if he was sick and if he was doing any better. He said, finally, yeah, I have bronchitis, got meds on Friday, and they're finally starting to work. Um, okay, yeah, it makes you more sensitive to insulin, so you need less. Yes, once a week injection. Aren't there other things besides Ozempic that's like basically the same thing that they put you on? I know there's like a handful of them, I thought, but it's all the same thing. Ozempic was just one of them, I think. Um, Chaloon said if I wasn't so ill from it, it would be a miracle, but I hated food on it. I know people that it's fine for them. Hmm. There are about 3, but they're extremely expensive, and insurance companies are refusing to cover. Ozempic is king. There are just a few similar, just less effective. Okay, good to know. So if they're QB, why are insurance companies? I mean, I can understand why they're refusing if people are abusing it. Um, but Ozempic is $1,500 per month without insurance. Oh my God. Yeah, no. Nope, 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 nope. Hold on just a sec. I'm messaging back and forth with Lee, our caterer. Okay. Chaloon says, I just don't know for non-diabetics the long-term effects. QB said because people that didn't need it for diabetes were being prescribed it and then were taking more doses to lose more weight. Now they require a letter from the doctor confirming the treatment is for diabetes, and that goes in the medical record. So then insurance will pay for it, QB, if the doctor writes a letter confirming they need the treatment? Let me see. All I've heard is stomach problems and Hollywood types cutting in line for it, which isn't fair to the people who can be helped. Excuse me. Works, but I literally hated food. Easy to lose weight if you want to. Cry thinking about eating. Oh, that sounds miserable. Oh, wow. They're going live on Tuesday. Oh, they're back, guys. Let me mute my mic.
Quarters of session, please be seated.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, okay, maybe better with the lights. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer, maybe a little bit. If we could please put the light back on. Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple of people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
Do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
Just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 p.m. That's fine. A little bit back. Right there. If you could do it. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the crowd at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m. If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. There he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the Sally port and with some tools and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
Just tell me if you could. Thank you, Ms. Gunn. You can take it. Now, Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain, I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowley.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's.
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
lieutenant in charge of detectives, and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Right.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lake, no issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Uh-oh, somebody's in trouble. Hey, Miss King, how are you today? How are you? I would feel so uncomfortable if I were her with his family sitting right there. I don't understand why they're sitting right there. I know it's a small courtroom and all that jazz, but I still feel like, why do they have to sit right there? Hey, Mary Lou. Hello, hello. Sidebar City. Right? Side by city. Ah. You think so, Kel, to make her feel uncomfortable? I mean, they sure are staring her down, but she's also not seeming like she's concerned about it. You know?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I? Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No,
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
that's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
At that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right. And if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color.
Correct.
And you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
You have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lank.
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Just going to show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department?
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
Okay. That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
Before you ever got there?
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall, as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sally port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors, 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
And we're on a break. Did you know that? Did you know that? Hold on a second, because we need to, you know. Hold on, let me turn the volume up. And we are going to do our little breaky break. Ready? Ready?
On a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were on a break. We were on a break.
She is abrupt, right, Kel? I know. I'm like, what in the world? She's like, okay, we're just going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. Slow your roll, ma'am. Judge trying to take the pressure off the witness, maybe, says Morgana. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I missed a couple of days of Karen Reed, right? But I will say, hold on, let me mute them because they're probably going to go to their little commercial-y thingy that they do every once in a while. Try to surprise us with their little cute commercials. Let's do this one here. Let's do this one.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up
Hee hee hee. Spin says, "Hey, ma'am, can you see all sound bites in front of you, Jenny?" I mean, yeah, as long as I have the right screen up, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I get it. I got it. Here we go.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Wait. What's this one? Hold on a minute. What's this?
Okay.
Where'd that one come from?
Okay.
Oh my goodness. That's so fun. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let's see. Is there something else in here? What's this one? No, I know what that one is. Okay. QB, did you add this one?
Okay.
So cute. I love it. I love it. Check the banners. Oh my God. What have you been doing? Oh, look at this. My coffee fund. Check that out. Oh my goodness. Wait, that one I didn't add that one. That one was mine, I think, already. Hold on. Hold on, banners. Hold on. Oh my God, this one, look. Is this one the one you're talking about? Hold on, let me fix it. Okay, save. Opinions about to be expressed are those of QB and QB alone. They are not a reflection of the True Crime Cafe or Jenny or anyone else affiliated with the channel. She's been saying this whole time she needs her own disclaimer, right? That's so funny. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I forgot I had this one. I forgot I made that one. It says getting kiddo off the bus, BRB. Look at you being all cute, QB. Look at you. Okay, I love this one. Love it.
Okay.
Okay. Mm. That's so cute. QB said, who got in there and did those things? Oh, I never would have found it. I'm glad you said something, Spins. Brooks pled no contest. Really? Wow. Wow. He's such a POS. He really is. A massive one, too, at that. Let me go back up into the chat because I missed a lot. Mickey says, me over here wanting to find out more about Micah Miller and her pastor hubs. Yeah, I know. I was watching that last night. Stuff about her. That's awful because her husband sounds like something. And I was watching his, he did I guess the Sunday before she died. Or the Sunday after she dies. He gets up and does the big, they're from North Carolina, right around Myrtle Beach, I think. But anyway, he does his whole big sermon and then literally is like, oh, and by the way, my wife died. Y'all know she had mental health problems. Like complete victim blaming. I don't know about all that. That's crazy pants. And he's got a girlfriend and all the things. It's weird. It is very weird. Okay. QB, something crazy is going on. I was on a live last night where assistant pastor's daughter-in-law was spilling some tea. Oh, yeah, that's the link I think you sent me, Mickey. I'm not sure. Check the banners. QB's editions from last week. She was having fun this weekend. That's so cute. I'm glad you made it back. Mickey said, I'm deleting my last post because I'm afraid some of those girls are in danger. Huh? What? QB disclaimer. Mickey, I've watched everything. It's about 1.5 hours for me. I wish I would have known about the protest and celebration. I would have gone. Melinda says, I got to get to an appointment. I'll have to catch up while I'm in the waiting room. Okay, Melinda. See you soon. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Henny said she was amazing. Mickey said the girl talking last night said those people are mad because she won't take the video down. Her mother-in-law is taking up for the man. Yeesh. QB says, just know I'm deep diving it. Yeah, Mickey, I saw the DV video that she made. Yeah. Bad things, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was either. I mean, according to what's been said, I know that it was like a gunshot or something, trigger warning. But and she was, what was it? They said she was either found in her car or outside of her car. And do we have any idea how far away he was from her at that time? Because they were like not together. She had filed for divorce, right? Anyway, big crazy thing. And here he's talking about, I hope that you guys continue to come back every week and support the church, and basically saying pay your offerings and your tithes and all that so I can continue to take days off work while we deal with this tragedy in our family. And apparently he's got like 5 kids from a previous marriage. I don't know. There's all kinds of things about that one. At the park, I have words, ma'am, said QB. An hour away, she was found. She had left and went home to her parents, I think. Oh, Kenny, can you hear? Mom! You guys, I got home yesterday, and as soon as I came through the front door, Mickey and Ronnie dropped me off, and as soon as I came through the front door, the first person to greet me was my husband. The second person was Poppy, our dog. And then the third was Jolie flying low down the hallway going, it was the sweetest. And I'm not even going to lie. Eli didn't even come. I popped my head in to say hi to him, and he's like, hi. He could care. He was like, whatever. But then I had to get my feet up because my feet were really bothering me. And I had grabbed Jolie and Poppy, and we jumped in the bed, and we just chillaxed for the evening. And yes, it was good to cuddle up with her, and I missed her so much. Oops, hold on. An hour away, she was found. She had left and went home to her parents. She was hit at her parents. She was couch surfing to keep him from finding her. He had trackers on her. Spence says how the psycho did an entire sermon straight-faced and then mentioned his wife's death. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Did a whole sermon. And then he says, my wife died by her own hands. Y'all know she was mentally, basically said, y'all know she was struggling with mental health. Really? And then continues to say, and I really hope, and then he has the nerve to say, I'm going to mention this little announcement and I don't want anybody talking about it in church before you leave. Weird. And then says he wants her to, hold on, I got the mic muted over here. Not the mic, but the stream audio. And then basically says continue to keep coming and paying money so, I can don't have to go to work or whatever.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
do you know, did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
the
the
same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you, when the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no. Yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case, but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sallyport in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lang.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location the location of the Sallyport on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Could you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD. Why would you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police.
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
Most likely.
Deputy Chief.
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. And I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you. That's fine.
Just 4, not 4. Yeah, this is 4. Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
Let's make sure. I'm sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
For
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Take it. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile,
Correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39. Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph Same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph?
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay. Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which should be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right. So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
If I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what if any assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing the tail, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer, but what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Valley?
Your Honor, the call will call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
That dude could not get off that stand any quicker. Like, he left so fast, his pants were on fire. Just saying. He's like, could I be moving any quicker? I like the judge's chair, how she just kind of swivels back and forth. And yeah, I like her chair. Right, Henny? Fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I know, Gail. His pants are on fire because he's a liar. Oh my goodness. Wonder what this guy's gonna say. You think the judge is gonna come back and say, because it's gonna take so long, we're just gonna go on lunch? Right, Gail? Allegedly.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode.
And how are you employed, sir?
At the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeant's, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you've just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up when if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing the call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, or medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody? She said some version of, he was out with friends. He didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on 5th?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
Now, the Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? Mayor Pro?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm calling to introduce the minutes of next.
No objection.
This would be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at the waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on foot, but.
No.
I think he probably another guy and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down Meadow.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where, so like home, you said he grew up?
Yeah, they were out, they had a drink, and then she left. And expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he wanted to come home. And he kept touching with me to that because they get back to her.
Okay.
And so she knows that we can have to go there, all the time to be home. But then she was nervous that he never knew how to.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel something happened. And I said, okay. Well, the top of your hospital, you know, we got his eye president, probably take him out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by, she would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, she did get all last night, this comment, sometimes we'll have a little.
No, that's why. That's because she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the other hospital, I said, call Kansas police to make sure, if they don't want to get it back to police officers, anyone that's people, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I was going to the time, I thought.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't made any calls or anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kerry Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Camden Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what if anything had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, Madam Mayor, approach again.
Yes.
So, when you went over this, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll see you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, this is for what, whatever it is.
Yes, I'm the first time the third floor kid, third floor here, so we can't have the man tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you don't get this, so you can actually know, okay?
Yeah, no, right, yeah.
It's the house, the rest of the line.
I just keep going, yeah, like, you guys have your own to keep.
Finish that line, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm going. Here's the market. I don't keep going to Harry.
911 emergency.
And immediately to start the Andy Road, can't get that.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of the snow.
In the snow, 34 feet.
Yeah, 34 the Albert resident, yeah, I just pulled up the mountain.
Okay, 34 feet.
34 feet, you can't have it, yeah.
911 on the order, where's emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm talking, you come to 34, Andy Road, in Canton.
34 Fairview?
Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive to the snow.
Okay, well,
Right here, okay.
okay, what's going on, is he based down?
We just put some over.
Okay. And who's that in the background, is that someone really?
It's broken, yeah, so.
Okay, how old is he?
John is, 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. If he, Jerry, if he, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking, I know it's tough, but we have to talk about it, go, let's just get it done.
Is he breathing, guys? I don't think he's breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR, do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, if I can find in the police department all the way, if everyone's declining CPR, then I can't, I'll hang up with you, and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back, where are you guys upset?
I'm there, I know, I'm on the phone with the interview, I know. No, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off the hill.
You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
That's I'm talking about. So you, and I just okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe you just have yeah, talk to the okay, bleeding from the face. Now they can do
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside calms down.
We're fine.
okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any. Something kind of, I think one of the ones that is doing CPR. Okay, one of them is doing CPR? Yes. All right, if she wants CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when you don't respond, so right, but we're on the line. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
So you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you...
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lank.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lank is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for medical report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there, she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve now?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, you would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash shot. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
Colin will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41.
All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Let's leave them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well, that,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
You are muted.
Hi. I see QB in the background, in the background. Do I need to bring you up, QB, or are you bringing yourself up? I don't want to. Oh, wait. She's coming in. She's coming in twice. She's coming in twice. Hey, baby. Oh, and she's gone. There she is.
Oh,
Echo,
Lord.
echo.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Hi.
Hi. It's not Grace. It's QB, Jolie.
Hi, Jolie.
Say hi, QB.
I can't wait to meet you.
What, baby?
Mom.
Yeah, I've got she has zero patience, man. Zero.
She said, Mom.
What? Words? Where's your words? Use your words. Okay, then she's gonna quiet down.
Yeah, because you said she got to use her words. Hi.
This child. I missed you, ma'am.
I missed you. Now she's back. Mom.
I will be right back. Hold on a minute.
Okay, I'll be right here. Hey, y'all. How you doing? Um, yeah. Yeah, use your words. Use your words. Um, it's hard. No, not the QB show, not at all. It's hard to make them use their words uh because you kind of already know what they want, so you just want to kind of go do it. But yeah. So okay, okay. I'm not on the right screen and I'm gonna make it oh, I just dropped something. It'll if I open it up. Let me see. I don't know why it's doing that all of a sudden. Oh, y'all, do y'all realize it's 1 week till Delphi? Shut the front yard. Shut the front yard. Shut the front door. I was looking at StreamYard and I said, shut the front yard.
Shut the front
I'm fired.
yard.
I'm fired. I was looking at StreamYard and I said, shut the front yard.
Okay.
Where's my tutu? Okay. How did you get it to only do it once?
You have to hit the loop button at the top to let it not loop.
Bruh.
Okay.
It would not stop. Go back. You have to listen.
That's going to be my favorite now. I'm never going to stop playing it.
Okay.
If you go, I can't. If you go back to Saturday, when we switch to day 2, you'll see his tie changes. It's about halfway through the video. And I was like, oh, look, y'all, I did something. And I started playing it and I lost my mind. Like, and it wouldn't stop playing. It kept playing and playing and playing. Okay, 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 okay. It wouldn't stop. Like, and then I had it on in the background, so in case I got cut off, right? And it started playing in the back. You know how it does that to me sometimes? It'll
Yeah,
just
it gets
play on my
stuck on
phone.
loop.
Yeah, so it was playing in my phone. Okay, okay, okay. Like 30 minutes later, I was like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Oh, I know why it's
Lord.
echoing because I'm in your StreamYard and not my StreamYard. Stand by.
Oh.
Stand by. Let me log out. I don't need that anymore.
Mhm,
I
Spin
was like,
said she
she's
texted me
gonna.
when I was in the shower. I had to rewind it to hear the fun.
It was so funny. It was so bad, and I couldn't make it stop. And then, so I discovered the loopy loop thing for the video, like the intro and the outro and stuff, like in case, you know, in case you're gonna take a
Yeah.
minute. But then I forgot to unloop it, so I ended the stream. But on my end, it was still like da-na, da-na.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, why won't it stop?
Mhm. If you end the stream, it won't stop until you actually leave the studio, but it
Right,
doesn't show
or
that on the
unloop,
actual live
or
stream.
I know, but or unloop it. Um, I was dying. I was dying laughing. I was look, Mom, hi. She's not
Who are
having
you
none of
talking
me.
to?
I'm talking to Jolie.
She's not here anymore.
I know, but she was just a second ago.
Oh, you got me freaked out now. I feel like this is Inception.
What? Yeah, she did miss me being me. Oh my gosh, it was a whole hot mess. I don't know if you want to go back and listen to any of that. Can I just give you like the overview of what happened? And then
Well,
we
I
can just
would
delete all of
love
it.
No. No. We're not deleting anything, but I do want a rundown. Where did she go? I would love a rundown of the different witnesses on the days that I missed. I would love that. Spin says, she was like, you missed me being me. LOL. I had to go back. I don't have regrets. I definitely got to go back and watch. I was listening to Saturday's um Daybell, but then um I ended up like falling asleep on the way home. I kept sleeping in the car on the way back home yesterday. There you are. You're on mute. You're on mute, ma'am.
I let the wrong person in. Oh my god, I'm fired. I'm so fired. I
Okay,
can't
so
go.
I have to ask you, okay? My first question is it easy to stream trials?
Okay, let me just tell you that I told everybody that we need to have a whole new respect for you because there's a whole lot that you have to do.
It's not just click and play and going, is it?
No,
It's a
no, it's
lot
not.
of
And
work.
I knew that, but when I tell you that I told Spins at like 5 o'clock I was going to bed, I'm like, I'm done. I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. And then like, okay, so I thought I was all cool because I was like day 3, right? So it's Saturday. I was like, oh, I got this. I've been doing this for 3 days now. So I had Dave because that's a long time. So I had Daybell pulled up. I had day 15 and day 16, right? Did you see that I made the thing for Saturday? Now it does say day 16 only, but I did make it and I was proud of myself.
Aw.
But I did try to make one. I went in do you use Canva?
Yeah.
Okay. I went in Canva, but I couldn't figure out like your colors and your font and all that. I was like, God bless, I'm not doing none of this. So there's one day that just has your Crime Cafe one because I couldn't make it work. Anyways,
Yeah, that's fine.
so
I don't care about that kind of stuff.
Saturday, so I'm like, I'm all that in a can of beans, right? And so I pulled up day 15 and I pulled up day 16 and I had them all set to go, right? So I share screen on 15 and we're like doing it. Okay. And we're doing it and we're doing it and we're doing it. And so then we get to day 16 and I'm like, okay, let me pull it up. It were not ready to go. It was not. It was gone because I had played the other one. So it was like, nope. And I was like, excuse me. I had this already. It was not. And then they tried to make me pay for it again. And I was like, no, I got your trick. Jenny told me your trick. Excuse me.
Yep.
And so I scrolled down. That's rude, by the way. And anyway, so it went well. But back to Karen Reed. So really honestly, I swear to you, I'm gonna give you the easiest overview possible. And I'm not being biased. You can ask people in the chat. I'm telling you the whole truth. It is not a whole lie, it's the whole truth. You ready?
So help you God.
There was a whole bunch of people, not a whole bunch. There was only like 3, maybe. The one girl was on there a whole lot because she was a whole lot and they ripped her up. So there was some EMS people. There was one out of all of the, let me look here. I'll tell you because I'm keeping track of who's testifying. I've got the witness list for both parties, but it is not in order. Also, this judge, I told them also, and you correct me if I'm wrong, have you ever seen a judge say, oh, you're going to have to renumber all of your exhibits because I want them in numerical order as they're admitted?
I mean, I've seen judges be picky, or like super picky about the evidence and stuff, photos and, numbers and all that, but I've never
Normally,
seen
Jenny,
one.
they already have them numbered and they say, I would like to, I'm finding a lot now that they're doing, what is it called? Not project. I'll think of it. But they put it up on the screen. They ask if they could put it up on the screen. And once they confirm that that's the document or they'll, whatever, then they ask to enter it. And they'll say, I want to enter this as exhibit, defense exhibit 247.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. She has now said, nope, none of your exhibit numbers are correct. They're all wrong. I don't like them. I want them in order. So you need to stay this afternoon. This was Friday. You need to stay this afternoon and get them all renumbered and then provide them to me.
Oh my God.
Then you have to go through all of your videos and you have to tell me what video. This was the defense. Now, mind you, they met. Okay. They met Friday morning. Okay. As soon as they were done meeting, Lally gave her a jump drive with miraculously, everything that she needed, just the way that she wanted it.
Of course, right?
And then that afternoon, she's like, yeah, y'all are going to have to stay and figure this out. And Lally was like, well, you have my jump drive already, right, Judge, after our meeting this morning? So they were supposed to come back. And we stayed for a little bit. And I was like, y'all, I don't know if they're coming back or not. So we left. Let me tell you that they did not ever come back. I left it running. They never came back. But she made the defense sit there and say and renumber all their stuff and then give her every video that they were going to enter and additionally why they wanted to use it because apparently she was surprised by one of their videos.
Why?
Because it showed stuff that made the state look bad.
Good Lord. Really?
So, yep. So, you watch that whole thing where she's like, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Anytime it gets contentious between the defense and the witness, all of a sudden she's like, can I have a sidebar, please? I'll see you guys at a sidebar. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Good grief.
Just like the lunch thing. Normally, and I was telling them, like, when we were watching Daybell, I was like, watch this. Okay, watch. Whoever's talking for the prosecution at that time, or prior will say, Judge, this may be a good time for us to break for lunch. This may be a good time for us to break for our afternoon, our afternoon break, whatever, because they know how long it's going to take them to question the witnesses, right? Not here. Judge Aunt Bev's like, it's time for lunch. We need to take a break.
Wow.
It's crazy. Now, she must have been watching, and ask the chat. She must have been watching what people are saying about her rulings, because she gave the defense a lot today.
Oh yeah.
A lot. She has not, but she has been overruling or sustaining pretty much every objection that the
Defense has had.
defense, that Lally does, and overruling. And she doesn't say she'll overrule it. She says, I'll allow for him to do that.
Yeah.
So what the, anyway, so we had several.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll allow that, ma'am. Anyways, so there were several firefighters, okay? They all a whole lot, okay? Okay, and,
Okay.
except for there was one kid, and I'm trying to remember who he was. I still have not figured out, which one it was. I'll have to look him up. But we literally had one. Okay, I think there were like 2 before you left. So I'm gonna say that there was 5 total, possibly, while you were gone. Okay, maybe 4. All right. The one kid who I think is might be Francis Walsh was the kid, but I don't know for sure, is the only one. He's a young kid. He had only been there like 2 months. Okay. He's the only one whose story has stayed same from the scene to the time he talked to Proctor, to when he talked to the grand jury, to when he testified in court. Everybody else's story has changed.
Wow.
Then Miss Katie McLaughlin, she's the one that took the statement from Karen Reed that everybody said they heard, except everybody was inside the ambulance. That was the video that he was showing, that she was like, we're going to take a sidebar. And then all of a sudden he's got to show her every video and why he wants to show it.
Wow.
And so Miss Katie, and I was waiting for it because I knew. So Miss Katie and Miss Caitlin Albert, who is the niece to Brian Albert, I believe, are friends. They're good friends. They went to high school together.
These are the ones that you sent me the pictures of.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are new pictures. They haven't shown those yet. The first picture, if you can, put it up on the screen so people can see it, because she was saying, they're like, do you know a Caitlin? Like all of a sudden out of blue. And I was waiting for, I'm getting goosebumps now. And he was like, do you know a Caitlin Albert? And she was like, basically, the name sounds familiar, ma'am. He's like, the name sounds familiar. She goes, yeah, I recognize that name. He goes, so y'all aren't friends? And she was like, well, I mean, I know of her. And she was like, bye, Lauren, love you.
Okay, Lauren, see you in a bit.
So she was like, well, I think I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert.
Oh my God.
I kid you not. So then he starts busting out these pictures of them at the beach. And now mind you, they're hanging out with a bunch of friends, but she's hanging all over Caitlin Albert. And Caitlin Albert's hanging all over her. And she's like, well, I'd still say she's an acquaintance. I wouldn't call her a good friend. I'm like, ma'am, or a close friend. I'm like, ma'am, there is so much between acquaintance and close friend. So they were trying to get these pictures in, right? And the judge was like, no,
really?
I'm not going to allow it. Yeah, because, okay, so they said, and I looked this up. I think it's called Rule 17. might be wrong, but I think it's Rule 17. So Rule 17 says that the prosecution has to provide all evidence that they receive as they receive it, that they're going to use in trial. All exculpatory, right? So if they receive pictures, they have to send it, right? Immediately, which they have not done. The defense, on the other hand, is not covered by Rule 17. Okay. They're covered by a different rule, and they do have to provide their things as they decide that they're going to use them and as they receive them. Okay. So they had just found these pictures. They had just gotten all these pictures, right? Because people are going, like, I know that they got inundated all weekend because people are coming out of the woodwork. Like, I have pictures of her and Caitlin. I have pictures of her and Caitlin. Here's a picture of her when they went to blah, blah, blah. Here's a picture of her when they were at a baby shower. Here's a picture. I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. And, but she wouldn't allow the pictures because of Rule 17. It's like, Rule 17 doesn't apply.
Right.
So that's why he got up there and he said, these are literally pictures that we got over the weekend. Because now, even if she's applying Rule 17 to them, I may be wrong on what it is, but I think it's Rule 17. Even if she's applying that rule to them, then it doesn't matter because they literally got them over the weekend and they are admitting them as soon as they got them. So she can't not allow them.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to answer her question about what does exculpatory mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. It means basically evidence that is in favor of the defendant or the accused. Like it's basically evidence that makes the defendant look not guilty. Does that make sense?
That's why they're required. Yeah, that's why they're required. That's why they're required to hand it over because a lot of times they'll try to hide it or bury it in other evidence because they don't want anything, to help the defendant's case. But exculpatory evidence has to be turned over by the prosecution. Has to. That's what they're doing in Delphi. Like they keep burying. They gave them 6 terabytes. Terabytes of evidence, and it's all out of order. It's like they threw it up in the air, and however it came back is how they put it in. So I'm trying to oh my gosh, I have all of this.
We need to change the word exculpatory to
Melanie niece.
I was going to say we need to add to our list of instead of exculpatory, it needs to be called big gulpatory. Like the big gulp.
Okay, exculpatory. Okay, I didn't hear what you said because
did it break up or something?
I don't know. Yeah, it did. I don't know why I keep losing you.
Oh, can you all hear me in the chat?
It's probably me.
Oh, let me make sure it's
not me. Did you say exculpatory? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was saying we need to add to our little dictionary over here on the Crime Cafe. And, the big gulps, the fountain drinks,
right?
The big gulps, we need to call it instead of exculpatory, big gulpatory.
Big gulpatory. Okay, I got it. I added it.
We'll never
I literally have a list going. Big gulpatory. Okay. So yeah, so he got on the stand with her, right? And or he took over. I think it was Alan Jackson, and like they were going at each other. And she was like, well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't see it that way. And he's like, you don't see it as exactly how it was. And it was so good. It was so good. So finally he's like, so your story has evolved. And she was like, I wouldn't say that. And he was like, so your story is exactly the same today as it was when you talked to um Michael Proctor. And she was like, well, I mean, and he's like, yes or no? Is it the same? And she was like, well, I see what you're getting at, but I don't agree. And he's like, yes or no? It has your story evolved since you first spoke to Michael Proctor? And she was like, well, yes. And it was like, dun dun. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. You got to go back and watch it. That was Friday. Friday. Well, I think maybe no, I'm a whole lie. It was Thursday afternoon and Friday morning before they went on the view of the house and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I believe. Yeah, they finished her up. Yeah, they finished her up Friday, and then they brought another firefighter, I think. And then okay, so this was great. So at some point, Lally, I think it was Friday afternoon, was like, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance on the way to the hospital?
Who, if anyone?
Then we had the smacker. I was going to drive to Massachusetts and sock him in his eye. And if you
Oh,
get,
no.
I will send you the thing that the publicly buzzed guy did of Jay watching this dude smack the whole frigging time. And it's so
What was he
funny.
smacking?
His face, his mouth, as he was talking.
Oh, Lord.
And it was too much. It was too much. It was too much. You got to watch it. You got to watch it. But Publicly Buzzed did like a a montage of Jay and this guy smacking, and then Bob and Allie come in and they're like, "Is he really smacking?" And Jay's like, "We need a smack counter in here. We got to be up to at least a dozen." And Jay
I
was
wish we could
losing
have
his ever-loving mind.
I wish we could have a counter, like
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
said that before. I think it was Ween Baby had said a long time ago, you need an objection counter. But
Yeah.
I can't do that on StreamYard. There's no.
I think you have to. So I was talking to. Have you tried OBS?
Honey, you know my MacBook. Do you think I could
Okay,
try
never mind.
OBS?
No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
That's a big fat no.
Stand by. I got a notice here. What high school? Hold on. Stand by.
Gail said he sure did, and when he took a drink, it was even worse. Ugh.
Lord. New Hanover High School. Oh my gosh, it's right like behind me.
Don't dox yourself, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I did just dox myself, didn't I? It's fine. Y'all don't come for me. It won't end well. I'm just saying. I'm gonna end up doing it because of this case with Micah Miller. I'm all over this. I am all over this. And no, I am not in Myrtle Beach. But I will say this, if I would have known, oh, I already said it in chat. If I would have known about the protest and the celebration of life in time, I would have gone.
Yeah.
I would have gone. It's a whole it's bad, Jenny. It's bad. It's bad. It's
Well,
bad.
no, I was listening to some different videos last night about what was going on, and it sure does sound not good.
I would stick with and Mickey, if you're still listening, I would stick with Gavin. I'd stick with Grizzly. And there's another guy, Joe. Oh no, what's his name? Something on the TikTok. Nope, not
Justin.
there. Yeah, is it Justin on the TikTok or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah. But he has a YouTube channel
Yeah,
too.
so he does have a YouTube channel. He's the one that was talking to the girl that Mickey said she was worried about for her safety.
Yeah.
She grew up there. She says she does not live there anymore, but she has a lot of connections. People are talking to her because they're afraid to talk to anybody else. So she gave a lot of information to him yesterday. And she is now in hiding. And like she doesn't stream, she does cyber, she's in school for cybersecurity.
Okay, good.
And she like found this information. She made her first TikTok like over the weekend and it like went viral and like it's out of control. So she's like, oh crap, now what? It's a lot. They did so here's what I don't get. Not to change stories, but I am all up in this. Like hard. This is like some Chris Watt, Chad
Meets Lori
Daybell.
Vallow Daybell and Chad,
Yes,
right?
yes,
I know.
yes, yes.
Only the children didn't get
Only the children didn't die, but
right.
unalive. But the girl he's dating, who apparently it's been known that he's been dating her husband
Yeah.
died.
Yeah. He was a paraplegic, right?
Yes, he was a paraplegic.
So that he
Went
apparently drowned in a pool at 5:00 in the morning?
right on Labor Day. Okay, hold up. He
Yeah.
went to that pool almost every single day. They said his chair accidentally went into the pool. Seriously?
But who goes in the pool
Seriously?
at 5:00 in the morning?
Regardless, he's been to that pool so many times. I guarantee you he knew where the edge was.
Mhm.
That's some crap.
Mm.
And then the pastor, JP, does the funeral for the husband, whose name I think was Chris. And he's like,
Mhm.
I'm so excited to be here today to be able to give this to be able to speak at this funeral. You
He said something about that it'll be one of those times when I don't have to lie about, um, this guy meeting his heavenly father or like every other person he's ever given a eulogy for, he lies and say he thinks they're going to heaven or
Yeah.
something. That was
Yeah.
weird.
He's
That was
weird. He's freaking weird. He's weird.
super crazy.
Um,
Super.
I agree, Spins, but if you went to a pool every single day, would you not be aware as to where your chair is and how if you would fall in? I'm pretty sure you would. Why do I feel like you've fallen in a pool from that sentence, ma'am?
I feel like she's fallen in a pool.
I
She
feel
said,
like
"I
she's
know
fallen in
from
a pool.
experience."
I feel like she fell in a pool. Um, yeah. So,
Mm.
but they did. So here's what's weird for me. So they did do a thing, and they said that they had released him from his ministerial functions. Okay, but it says that the notice states for a time of healing, counsel, and guidance pursuant to our governing instrument. The
Mhm.
frick does that mean? I got words, man. I got so many words. I got so many words. This is I hope they're watching him because he's about to take off. He about to take off.
Oh, I'm sure they're
Um,
watching him hardcore. I mean, I'm sure he's under
so
surveillance.
well, he already tried. I think he already tried to leave once. Then JLR, look, you know how I feel about him. But JLR was over on the property that they're supposed to be building their new church on, their mega church on.
Mhm.
And he was over there just like doing like JLR things, boots on the ground, and over here is where this is, whatever. So uh I okay, let me stop. I need to give props. Okay. Y'all know how I feel about JLR. He was extremely respectful. He was extremely respectful. He was respectful at the protest, quote unquote. It's not really a protest, it was like a display of grievance. It wasn't really a
Right,
protest. Like
right.
they,
It was a
but
peaceful protest.
it was a peaceful protest. And then he was at the celebration of life down at the beach.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, you could not hear anything that was being said. It was very windy.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he was extremely respectful. So I'm gonna give him that. Okay, I'm gonna give
I
him
know,
that.
I enjoy JLR, I'm just saying.
I used to until some things recently went down, and I'm just not. I found out some things recently, and I'm just not. But I will give flowers where flowers are due, and he did a good job. And he was respectful, and everybody was happy he was there. Like they were coming up to him and saying, "Thank you for being so respectful. Thank you for covering this and getting it out there." I mean, it. So I got it. I'm just saying. And I liked him a lot until I found out some things, and then I don't know. Anyway, so but he was on the property. Well, Mr. JP must have wanted to figure out why somebody was on his property, so he pulled in.
Oh.
And so he's like, "Oh crap, is that JP? Is that JP?" So he says, "Spin, spin." She says she takes her seatbelt off around bodies of water.
Honey, I
She
do
done
not
fell in.
blame you, not in the
She
least
fell in
little
a
bit.
pool. She fell in a pool. My girl
She's
fell in
fell
a
in the
pool.
pool.
I love you, Spin. She done fell in the pool. I can tell y'all right now that if that would be me, that would be me. I'd be stuck in a corner. It wouldn't. I can't even. Let me just tell you that when I used to take care of, I have a a patient that has MS, and he's almost quadriplegic now. He was para, but he's losing the arms now. But so I would get him up on the Hoyer. It's a lift. I'd get him up on the lift, and then I would have to drive his wheelchair out from under him and park it over in this one little spot so that um, we could charge it. I would have to pull it out from under him and get him settled so that he wasn't hanging up there because it took me forever to. And then I had to sit. I would have to sit in the. I'm like, can I sit in the wheelchair, sir? Because I can't do this without sitting in the wheelchair. Like I can't. It was bad. It was bad. So anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, JP. So JP shows up on the property, and he's like, "Oh, I think that's JP." So he says, "Now you couldn't see because the windows are tinted." He says that JP was doing like the cut motion to his like at his neck, like cut the camera off,
Mhm.
cut the camera off.
Mhm. Mhm.
And then when he opened the door and he kind of saw who he was like, "Sir, no, no, no." Like JLR was like, "Hey, no, no, no." And so he slammed the door back. And then JLR's like, "So people are saying you killed your wife."
Yeah. JLR don't mess. He's like pure, true,
Oh, he ain't playing. He's like,
he's true blue media. I mean, he goes
yeah, he ain't
to the
playing.
hard questions first.
Um, so I was laughing because he's like, and he said on one of his videos, and I watched every one of his videos last night because I was trying to get more information. So look, I gave him his watch time. But he was saying that he's like, "I was polite, y'all. I didn't say you killed your wife. I said some people are saying that you killed your wife."
Right?
I was
Uh-huh.
laughing because I was like, "You right, you right. You didn't say it, but
Yeah, yeah,
but I'm all over.
yeah.
I got alarms things going off when things get posted. There's a couple videos going on tonight. Grizzly's been doing some stuff.
Mm.
And Grizzly, she can get a
I
little
love
off
Grizzly.
sometimes. I love Grizzly, but she can get a little off sometimes too. But she's got some really good coverage. Um, Ma'am, it is a totally different experience if you sit in it and move it. rather than trying to move it from the front of it. It is not. I'm like, sir, I'm gonna have to sit in here. Okay. He's like, you can sit in it anytime you want. I was like, I do not want. I just want to be able to move it without taking the wall out. So, anyways, so I think that's pretty much the update on
God, this kid.
Look at here.
Well, I mean, I'm glad for the update. I need to go back. Still, like I said, on the way home yesterday, I turned it on
I'm glad
to.
I was so boring that you fell asleep.
No, honey, it wasn't that it was boring, and it wasn't you. By the time I fell asleep listening to the actual testimony on Daybell.
Oh, it was
And
so meh.
yeah, and so I fell asleep, and I looked at my phone, and it was like 1 hour later, and I was like, "Okay, we stopped at a gas station to use the potty and all the things, and, I rewound it and started it over again, and honey, I fell asleep again." So, I mean, I never did get it watched.
It was not great testimony. Kay was on there. I thought that was gonna be really good. It was like, his mama was on there.
Yeah,
Chad
see, I
Daybell's
wanna
mama was
see
on there.
that. I wanna see that.
It wasn't really anything, like, powerful.
Yeah.
And there was the body cam footage, that was good. But really on a whole, it was like, I mean, we literally did 2 days in 6 hours.
Yeah.
6.5 hours.
Wow.
We had it at 1.5, so if you need to slow it down. Of course, I didn't tell nobody. Like, 3/4 of the way through, Jenny, I'm like, "Hey, if you're on #replay, if you want, you can press that little settings button and slow this down."
Oh, yeah?
I was like, "I'm sorry I didn't say that in the beginning, but, because and there was one guy, most of them on 1.5, we were fine. We were all good. But then there's just one guy, and he was like, blah, 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 and I'm like, y'all, I'm gonna tone this down just a little bit. Just,
Yeah, there was one that I was listening to, and I was like, "Wait, is she on 1.25 or 2?"
No, I was on 1.5. Just don't do what I do, because I normally listen to replays and stuff on 1.25 or 1.5. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, because it's bad.
Listen in real time, huh?
Yeah, because it's fast.
Mm.
That's why I couldn't believe on Wednesday when I caught up to y'all so fast. I was like, how the heck did I catch up so fast? Well, I was on like 3 speed, because you were on 1.25 and I was on like 1.75 or something.
Yeah, it does happen quick, and it's like, I saw that you had gotten, like, 2 days worth in 6 hours, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"See, that does show when you're speeding it up, it's not, like, crazy fast, but then you skip through the breaks and the lunch, and
Yeah.
that's a big chunk of time taken off, you know?"
I think they left early the second day too, like at 2:30 or 2 o'clock or something.
Yeah, but you still said, I remember hearing you say, "Oh, well, this one's today, day 15's 6 hours," and then you was like, "Oh, day whatever is 6
Yeah.
hours too."
I was
So
like, crap, we gonna be here till tomorrow, y'all. I said, but I'm in for it. Let's go. You don't know how bad I wanted to be on there yesterday. I was like jonesing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Anyways,
So you have the streaming bug, eh?
I do not. Absolutely not. No. No,
Yes, you
ma'am.
do. Yes, you
Nope.
do.
Nope.
Yes, you do. You got the streaming bug.
Anyway,
Oh my
so
god, you guys, she's got the streaming bug.
is it
Oh, it
okay?
bit her. It bit her
Mickey,
so
Mickey
hard.
George
It
saying it's
bit
freezing up. It's not me. It's not
it
me.
it bit you. So why do you keep trying to change the subject?
I'm not. I'm saying Mickey George said it's freezing up, and it's not me because it was doing it earlier. I do not want to stream. If you're gone, I will help you.
Mhm.
How's that?
Mhm. You like it. She likes it. She likes
Ma'am, are they
it.
back? Are they back?
She likey.
Wi-Fi. Yes. Yes, Wi-Fi. I'm
Quit
trying to
changing
get
the
her to
subject.
Mickey Jor, I'm trying to get her to address the subject and she is ignoring you
There
completely.
is no subject. It is not frozen. Everything is moving smoothly, swimmingly.
You're doing fine. Okay. Spence called me out because I was gonna wait.
QB.
Did you find the I'm glad you found the I'm glad you weren't mad that I messed
QB,
with your stuff.
sitting in a tree.
Me.
STREAMING. First comes court, then comes crime, then comes little QB streaming by.
Nope. Anyway, so I'm glad you weren't mad that I messed with your things.
No, no.
But you got to listen to that Saturday afternoon when that thing I'm like, and I said on there, I'm like, Jenny figured out how to make this thing not keep going, and I don't know how she did it, but it won't stop, and I couldn't get it to stop. And then like my computer would like freeze up right when I hit the pause on it. And so like I kept pressing it so it would restart it.
That's funny.
You
Funny.
gotta listen to it. I was like, y'all, it won't stop, y'all. It won't stop. Oh, tomorrow, I'm reading Spence's thing. You totally called me out. And then she placed the coffee. Do you still have your Kofi one? Do you still have your Kofi, like your site?
Yeah.
What that? Don't make me go back into your StreamYard and find that link.
Well, but that was for other.
Oh, that's not that. Okay, maybe
Yeah,
we'll
no,
have to
no, no.
start a
No, that
podcast
was
page.
not Cash App. That's something different.
Okay. He kept doing it. Now there's one that I got that I couldn't get to work. Maybe you can get it to work. But it's like him and what's the main guys on South Park?
Kenny.
No, that's the one that dies all the time. The other one.
Yeah.
What's the guy, the main one? I know y'all watched. I don't watch it.
I haven't watched South Park in so long.
What is his
But if somebody
name?
says the name, then I'll know. I'll get it.
I'll know it. Not Kenny. Hey, Lauren. Not Chucky. Y'all know. I know y'all know. Anyways, is it Kyle?
Cartman.
No. Is it Cartman? No, it's not Cartman. Cartman's the one in the, well, maybe it's Cartman. Lauren knows them all. I don't know. Anyways, it's the teacher and one of the kids, and they're like, okay, and they're going back and forth, and I almost died. It's freaking hysterical. That is my curse for today. Is freaking. I don't know why I keep saying it. But he's like, Eric Cartman. It might be Cartman. He's like, it goes back and forth. Oh, I couldn't get it to work. But now I think I figured out how to make it work. Because I feel like we need you a whole lot.
You a
Hey,
whole
Lisa.
lot. Hey, Lisa. How are you?
What I
How's your
had
foot
trouble
feeling,
with?
ma'am? How is your foot
How's your foot?
feeling?
Oh, and Henny, how was your races this weekend? Did your people
Hey,
win that you
Patricia,
wanted to
you
win? I
popped
don't know
in.
nothing about it.
I
Oh
didn't
yeah,
see
hey
Patricia.
Patricia.
She popped in too, you little turkey lurkey.
Hi,
Patricia. Hi, Lisa.
Let me look on here.
You guys, I gotta go wee again. I will BRB.
BRB.
I'm sorry. I've been trying to drink a lot of water because my feet and legs are like about to explode from edema.
Need to put them up.
Yeah, I know. I put them up and they still stay big as
Above your
log.
heart, ma'am. Not just not just above your hip or your knees.
Okay. I will be back. I gotta go wee wee.
Margaret. She's leaving me. And I don't have any controls. Like I don't have any controls, y'all. I can't do nothing. Where is oh, here it is. Who is that? Does it say who it is? I want to see if it says who it is. It might be Cartman. It's on YouTube. Okay. It is Cartman. It's Cartman. It's Cartman. Doctor gave me cortisone. Oof. I hope the cortisone works for you. What happened to your? I don't remember what happened to your foot, Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. I don't remember what happened. What you did? Okay, am I still up? I'm still up. I still have access to the things, y'all. Shut up. Let me see here. See if this works.
We were on a break. Okay.
I thought I logged into myself. How do I have access to her stuff? Oh no. Oh no. Lisa, I'm so sorry. Morgana, you need to put yours up too. And are you eating too much salt? It's not always salt. I just want y'all to understand it's not always sodium. I don't know how that's working because I'm logged into my own StreamYard and like I don't understand how I have access to this stuff. Danny, they gave me permission. Okay, so but I can't make anything. Look, they're like teach you to no, I cannot make a poll, Margaret. I don't have no, I don't want that access. Okay, so Billy, I have to say I'm not a doctor. It's so there's something called dependent edema. I can't make anything. I can't do anything. Um, there's something called dependent edema, which is the most common reason, which is basically gravity taking all the fluid to the bottom. Um, and the so yeah, so gravity pulls the water or the fluid to the lowest point. That's why they say get your feet up and get them above your head or above your head. Don't put them above your head. Put them above your heart. Um, and then other things that can cause it. Not a doctor. I'm not a doctor because we need to change the QB thing that says she's also not a doctor and is not given medical advice. Other things that can cause it can be all my parts are headed to the Morgana. I'm not. Anyways, so sodium can cause it, but everybody automatically says sodium and it's not necessarily sodium. A lot of walking will do it. Like Mickey, Jor, and Jenny are probably from sitting in the car and walking, or standing. The compression stockings will help, especially if you're traveling, riding in a car, airplanes. I wore them on the way to Uganda. Didn't work because we ended up being like 24 hours in the air, but that's a whole nother story for another day.
I'm back.
Ma'am, how do I have access to your sound effects and your banners?
I do not know, but that's
I
super
can't.
cool.
I can't change anything. I can't add anything. I can make them.
I think
Anyways,
it's
we're talking about feet swelling.
oh god, they're awful. They're so bad right
Okay,
now. I have like
get you
creases where my
some.
foot meets my ankle.
Yeah.
It's
Do you have
bad.
socks on?
No, I can't get socks on. They're so
Okay.
swollen.
Yeah. So, it's probably
I did
from.
wear socks. I did wear socks most of the retreat, but it didn't. I mean, it might
No,
have
you got to wear
helped a little
compression
bit.
socks. No, you got to wear compression,
That's
but
what they
it's not.
are. That's what they
Oh,
were.
okay.
They were compression socks. Yeah.
Maybe you need some tighter ones. Did you wear them on the ride there and back?
Yep.
Yeah, Lisa, I was getting to that. Eh, that's a more severe, like, so CHF, congestive heart failure, um, can cause a lot of swelling. Um, Kidney issues can cause swelling. Typically though, especially like I'm just situationally, I'm listening to what they're telling me. And I know Mickey Jor and Jenny, they're swollen from the traveling. You got to be really careful though, Jenny, because um, you can get blood clots and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
So if you have any severe, yeah, COPD will cause it. Anything that can't get the fluid off. So uh, pulmonary edema or pulmonary COPD. Let me say it like that. It's snowing. Where is it snowing? Is it snowing at your house? I'm on my way.
Mhm.
Um,
I wonder if thyroid
yes. So
issues,
thyroid issues can
having
cause it.
hypothyroidism can cause it,
Yes.
even if you're on thyroid meds.
Yes.
And I wonder if other hormone issues can't cause it, but
Yes. All of those things can cause it. But in this instance, but you struggle with it all the time, right?
yeah, I struggle with it all the time. It's just worse when I'm
Okay.
traveling.
Right. So, well, one thing is you're sitting and you're streaming. Okay. So, I wish, you know, on Twitch there's redeems and stuff where we can be like, stand up. Um, yeah, blood pressure. There's so many things that can cause it. I'm just saying situationally, what you're talking about right now, it sounds like it's dependent edema, which is you've been sitting and traveling, um, and you need to get your feet up and you need to get them up above your heart. Um,
Well, the
and
only way I can do
so
that is to lay in my bed with my feet up on the
I don't
on
mean
the
right this
footboard or the
second.
headboard.
I mean, I don't mean right this second. You can also use pillows. Um, but I have Hashimoto's, which basically means my thyroid doesn't work.
Mhm.
And why what who is texting me? My father. Um I got a little scared there. There's stuff going on. Anyways, try to put your feet up. But let your doctor know because you may need medication to get the
Yeah.
water off, get the fluid off. If your
Yeah.
body's not doing it for you.
Yeah.
Um I pretty much don't have one. They said they would go in and take it out, but it was pretty much a procedure I didn't need because mine doesn't work. And it's not causing more issues being in there, so they just decided to leave it. But if I get cancer, they'll go get it.
Mhm.
That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
goofy, right?
my girl parts. I had cervical cancer. It was extremely invasive and fast moving. And they went in and got the cancer, but left everything in there. They're like, but if it comes back, why are we going to leave it in there to let it come back? Just take it. I don't need it.
Right,
I ain't having no more kids, but I was still in childbearing years.
right. They didn't want to throw you into early menopause.
I was already perimenopausal.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I was already, but I was still within childbearing years. So they're like, nah, we're going to leave it. If it tries to kill you again, we'll get it. I mean, that's how I felt.
Yeah.
It's like, so I'm just now 10 years. It actually was last month. I was 10 years.
Wow.
And so now I've been getting checked every year. And they're like, well, you can go to like every 3 years. I'm like, no, homie, this thing was moving so fast. Y'all brought me in the next day to take it out. Like they scheduled the surgery the next day.
Sheesh.
Yeah. I was like, y'all just go get all of it. They're like, me, you might want to have more children. No, I don't. No, I don't. Plus I have PCOS. I'm like, the likelihood of me getting pregnant is slim to none. You want to ask me if I got pregnant? I did.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't viable, but
well,
anyways, so yeah. Are they back? Because I think you're paused. Are you paused?
No.
Oh, you're not paused. Lunch. Long lunch.
Nope. Let me double check, but I don't think I am.
But pay
Nope.
attention, Jenny, like
I'm
how
live.
she like how she breaks or how she we need a break. Or
Yeah. Like Kale said it a while ago, very abrupt.
aggressive. Yeah. But it's like, who does that? Like, what judge have you ever seen do that? And she doesn't, I
No.
mean,
What? You broke up, ma'am. I couldn't hear you. And now I think
can you
she's
hear
gone.
me?
Oh, now I can
No,
hear you.
I'm
Yeah.
here. I got somebody trying to call me, and I'm trying not to say anything on. There's some family stuff going on.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine.
Is it though?
It's just drama, and I moved 1,500 miles away. And I'm trying to help, but I don't want to be in the middle, and it's just a whole thing. Anyway, I thought that was maybe who was calling, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah, but she apparently watched what people's I bet Morgana, I bet she she must have watched what people were saying about her rulings and stuff because she's been. Do y'all feel like she's been different today than she was Thursday and Friday? Because I feel like she's being a little bit different today.
I couldn't tell you because I wasn't watching, but
Well, I know. That's why I said to y'all. That meant everybody. Everybody.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Rock your body. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I just feel like she's being a little less. You know what they were saying though is that by her doing the non-speaking objections. I don't know if you were here or not when we talked about this, but by her. Okay, so the non-speaking objections are basically you can say objection and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we're back.
We're back.
Let me turn the volume up.
Excuse me, just been marked as Exhibit 41. That's the cruiser camera video from your cruiser 682 that you were driving that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could, just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And this gentleman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it at that. Thank you.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then. Sergeant, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Come in if you could. Can I take the pause right there? Can I approach the witness room?
Yes.
It was.
So, sir, there's a point here.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right, that's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, you can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video? Was that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Miss McCabe, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article or clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved with?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendants, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
Couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to?
Well, once our Officer Devo, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from the defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then point to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms.
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out?
Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
Then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that you about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
So during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to him?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
If anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened there?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video. Gilman, you just responded right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layers?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen, is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was earlier when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Nope, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be.
Yes, sorry, if you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through, so about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34th Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34th Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more. Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
that is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd have to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 20A as well?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Okay. Now, may I approach this to
Yes.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of the cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sharon.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Stianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay. And what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have, yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Let me just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show him the whole thing. I'll direct him to page 5. That line. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a.
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking out the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you,
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. There's you just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Canton Police. And you were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Yankees. Hey, Steph. How are you, Miss Ma'am? That dude's computer back there in the back with all the stickers on it totally looks like my husband's computer with all the stickers. That would drive me crazy. QB, you're sounding broken up, ma'am.
Oh, am I?
No,
Can you
now you
hear me?
don't. Now you don't. Yeah, now I hear you.
Um, yeah, she never says overruled. Today is the first day I've heard her say overruled, like ever.
Wow.
She's like, I'll let him have it. No, he
Do
can
you
have
say
that one.
overruled though whenever it's um
No,
the other side is doing it?
no, but she doesn't overrule them.
Mm, weird.
So the whole thing is weird.
Oh wow. Steph said her cat moved the blackout curtain closed during the night and she slept until 1. You must have muted
Nice,
it.
right?
Hmm.
That okay. Whoever's doing dishes
Sergeant Pruitt, what
needs to
was
stop
your understanding
in court.
on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused themselves from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many?
So about what was it you were saying, QB, about the dishes and also that beep, 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 that
Yeah,
beep sound. I'm wondering if that's not when their mics are muted or whatever with the
yeah.
media
So the
or
other
whatever.
the other day, it was coming up, and it was like somebody's phone was like it was like a busy signal, and then it was like you're muted, and so I don't know if it's like whoever's recording, if they're I don't know, but it kept coming. I'm like that not me, that not me, that not me. Um, so but anyway,
All right. Okay, we'll get back to it. I was just wondering. She asked me the other day, QB literally asked me the other day, she said, "Ma'am, are you doing dishes?"
it
And forgot
comes
to
up
mute.
every once in a while, like
I'm like,
is
"No, I'm not doing dishes.
she was uber offended, y'all.
I need to do my dishes." Ay, ay, ay.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay, you ready, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. All right, here we go.
Homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
in. So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there
Yes.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch.
Okay.
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins.
You rang, ma'am?
Oh, ma'am, I did not mean to. I thought I was muted. Sorry. Bye.
Oh, I thought you hollered at me. I thought you said
No.
my name.
No, I'm sorry. Good thing I didn't yell anything else.
Well, what did you? I could have swore you said Jenny.
I said Jay. Like
Oh.
man-child. I was trying to get him up. I'm glad I didn't say nothing else.
I thought something was bad wrong. I was like, uh-oh, what? Wait, what's going on?
I thought I muted. Leave me alone.
I love you. Okay, let's go.
Bye.
I was looking at my computer like, is there somebody busting through the courtroom right now? Okay. Now I got my giggles. Okay,
No, she's good. All right, mute it and start playing it. Let's just forget that ever happened. Okay, love you. Bye. Okay. Bye.
Enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't believe I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
All right. So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection. No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
Never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue. Okay, you can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
You play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Nora.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Sidebar for just 1 second on this.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Good to see you, Lee. Hello, hello. Thank you for the virtual snacks. Snacky, snackies. She's got pretty hair.
I was just talking and talking, and I wasn't there. Hey, Lee, I hope you're feeling better. I said that before. Hi. This is the same video, by the way.
And she's gone. Oh, hold on. Let me mute it so QB
this
can
will
finish
now
her
become Exhibit
thought.
6.
Okay. Now I think she's back. Too tired to put out the full spread. No worries, Lee. No worries. Oh, he's saying hi. Lee is. I love when he says hi. QB, ma'am, are you good? Not you, Jolie Mae.
For the love, I'm over here talking and talking. Yeah, Patricia, that's exactly it. That's the same. That is the same video that she pitched a fit on the other day.
Well, what
And
is
it's
it
because
about this video that's making her so upset?
it shows where everybody is. Okay, it shows where everybody's standing, what could be overheard, what couldn't be overheard, when they're talking to Karen Reed, all the thing. I mean, she don't like it. And so he brought it in the other day, and she did the sidebar thing, and she was like, "Oh, I didn't know, you caught me off guard." Okay, well, so
Mm.
and so then she came back that afternoon and said, "Hey, y'all need to give y'all need to give me all the videos that are going to come in and tell me why they're coming in." And then she said, so apparently, I don't know, she's like, this isn't an evidence. This isn't an evidence. But he had it marked as Exhibit 16, and they brought it in last week. They played it last week.
Yeah.
So I don't know. She's got an issue with this. So let's see what the malfunction is. But
see what her major malfunction is.
yeah, she malfunctioned.
Okay.
Let me mute this so I can yell at my kid. He's got to get up.
Okay. I'll hit the play button.
Let me mute it this time.
Yeah, do that. God love her. I'm glad she didn't holler something like, I don't know, like a big expletive
I would never do
word.
that. I would not do that, ma'am.
Yeah.
I would not do that. No, today's
Mm-hmm.
not a curse day.
Oh, well. Okay, here
I'm
we go.
being good. I'm being good.
I would have loved it. I could see her like swearing at the judge and using a bad word, and then her not being muted and think she is. That'd be super cute. Let's be a fly in QB's. Let's be a fly on the
In my
wall in
brain?
QB's
Let's
brain.
not.
Yes.
Let's not. It's scary. All right, I'll be back.
We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim. Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lang was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Nope.
If I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fifth, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so it was 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank
ask you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti? Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
She ain't having it. She's like, nope.
But it's evident. I don't.
Yep.
I don't understand. I don't. It's.
It's super sketchy. I mean, I'm gonna say that. The fact
mean,
that she was like,
Lally don't have to do all that crap. I might need a curse day, y'all. I might need one. That's a whole lie. That's a whole crap.
That's a whole crap.
It's a whole crap.
That's
I
a
just
whole crap.
I know that ain't no words. Look,
No, it's a
I
word. It's a word. It's a word now, especially. It's a whole crap.
it's a whole crap. And I'm over here trying to do my nails. Okay, and it's not working, and I don't like them, and I don't care, and I'm trying to do something with them so I don't have to put like more nails on them right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to let okay. Okay. Are you playing it or is it playing in my daggone thing? Because I don't
No, I
know.
played it 2 times.
Okay, thank you. I
Back
was
to back.
just making sure. Look, I was just making sure. So I'm trying to just put like some gel over my regular nails.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, they'll have a little relief for a minute, from having stuff on them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. But it's done now and it's going to stay because we're not redoing it. I like this gel though. I mean, if I had longer nails on, I got this gel that's like a builder gel. Do you know what a builder gel is?
Makes it
Oh Lord,
humpy in the middle.
well, no.
Oh.
I mean, it can, but
These are your little way in here, ma'am.
She's so cute.
I have I have the door open, my bedroom door open. I always leave it open until Dale's home,
Right.
And normally I just keep the door open. But I've been trying to keep Poppy in here with me
Right.
today. And yeah, so I stole one of the little kids like baby gates to put up at the
Right.
door to keep Poppy in
And she figured it out.
Yeah. Which is fine. I don't care if she's in here. I'm just trying to keep Poppy in here with me so I can keep an eye on her because she's not feeling great today. So
Poor Poppins. If I fall out, I need you to put me back because I got my hand in a UV light.
Oh.
Just saying.
Her fingernails are getting a tan, y'all.
They are. I got a pair of gloves that I got. Did you know that you need to be wearing gloves when you do the UV light?
No.
Yes, apparently it's a whole thing. It'll cause age spots.
Rude.
Rude. Way rude. Hi.
She said, hi.
I can't wait to meet you, Jolie. Can I come meet you one day?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just inviting myself. She said, I just invited myself to your house.
She's so
When
funny.
we go to Delphine, I love her. I want to play with her forever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
So I did think, are they back? What are we doing? Are they still talking? They mad. She big mad. She gonna be like, we gonna take a break.
Did I mute it or something? Hold on.
No, she just shook her head. I don't think so.
No, I didn't mute it. It's still on.
There's Turtle Boy. Ain't that Turtle Boy right there with the pink tie on? Pink striped tie?
Inside right now. Okay, so the same 3
I can't tell.
cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Told you.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Sirs, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chairs, and taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what do you think's going on? I paused it for a minute because the way he's whispering in her ear and she's
Mm-hmm.
looking around, they look like they're sketched out about something.
No, they look like they happy about something, like they got
Well,
their way.
maybe do you think they're going to have some sort of a little hearing here
I
or
think they might for that voir dire for the pictures and stuff. Plus they got somebody else to voir dire. Uh I don't know if it's a defense or what'd she say? It's better but hardly done, QB. I don't know what she's talking about. Huh? Huh? What you mean, Hanny? Uh, uh, I don't know if I thought she said there was another voir dire for a witness. This cat, ma'am, you cannot do your nails. Okay, okay, okay.
Mm.
I don't know, but I don't know if you noticed, if you realized or not. But did you realize that the court schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full day, Tuesday, Thursday, half day?
Yeah, so basically every other day is
Yep.
the opposite.
So, I mean, if you want, then we could catch up on Daybell, I guess.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. We would have to like yo-yo back and
Speed,
forth.
yeah. But they had some good people up today. They had niece Melanie up
Oh,
and
niece
Daybell.
Melanie. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. They had niece Melanie up. I don't know, man. I could read you the Nate Eaton stuff. He told the whole daggone trial in his tweets. He cracks me
No,
up.
I mean, I'd rather watch it.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I need to
definitely.
go back and watch what I missed when you streamed it.
On Saturday. Yeah, girl, that's
So
a
that I
whole
can get caught up. But
it's 6 hours, man.
yeah, I know.
And there weren't a whole lot of chitter chattering because I was like, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
But
right?
man, oh no. Oh, I'm about to
What?
beat this cat. I'm about to beat this cat.
Don't beat the cat.
I'm gonna beat the cat. I'm gonna beat her. Beat her. Not gonna beat her. You know, y'all know better than that. I ain't gonna beat my cat. I'm gonna suck her in her eye though.
Yeah, we like socking people and poking people in the eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm gonna sock her right in the eye. That's what Spin said. She's like, you sure do like to sock people in the eye. I was like, I do. Metaphorically.
I like to poke people. I'm like, don't make me come over and poke you in your eye hole.
Your eye hole. I will hit you in your eye hole. That's what I'm
I
start
will,
saying.
man. I'll poke you
Right in
with
your
some
eye
really
hole.
long fake fingernails too.
What kind of nails did you put on for the retreat? Did you do them yourself?
Yeah,
Did
I
you
did them
press on?
myself.
Did they stay?
Yeah. Well, I lost one, so somewhere in the retreat facility is a fingernail with my name on it. So or my DNA on it, I'll
Your
say.
DNA? Did you? Oh, speaking of DNA, y'all throw your DNA up on that like button. Make sure you didn't forget. And even if you think you did it, go check. Because earlier there was more
No.
people in chat than there were likey likes.
Mickey said something very smart and made me think
Why do you
really
sound
hard yesterday.
surprised?
Because this wait till I tell you what she said, okay? She said, okay, listen to this. Okay, let's just say, okay. Listen to this, okay? Okay. This is crazy. This is crazy pants. Okay. All right. Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
imagine, okay, let's just say I grew my hair out
Right?
and I cut it off and sent it to Locks of Love.
Don't send it there, but okay.
Okay, somewhere else. Okay.
Okay.
And that person who now is wearing my hair as their wig
Oh
commits murder.
my
Say 10 years,
gosh.
say 10 years from now, and
She ain't
leaves a random
wrong.
hair.
Wait. But doesn't the DNA, doesn't it have to be in the follicle that comes out of your head?
I don't know, does it?
Isn't that why they're always like, girl, we better get our Da that's bad because I have donated hair like 4 times.
Also,
I think it's gotta
what if
come out of your
you donate bone marrow and the person who gets it goes and kills somebody?
That's gonna be a little no, that wouldn't work.
It
That
wouldn't?
wouldn't work.
What about blood?
No. No, that wouldn't work either. They're gonna have the same type, but as far as DNA goes, that your DNA is not gonna overtake their DNA. You wanna hear something freaky? You wanna hear something real freaky?
When you get a blood infusion, your DNA does change.
Yeah, but it morphs. It's not like no.
Okay. Okay. Just
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
Nikki
But
said,
here
wouldn't that make for great TV? That would make an excellent Lifetime movie. That somebody who has a wig made out of somebody else's hair that's been donated 10 years prior goes and kills somebody and then sets this person whose hair it really is gets locked up for murder.
I love how Mickey George's brain works.
Mickey
That
George
that
brain works crazy pants, let me tell you.
that right there though, that's plausible. That's plausible. I gotta look and see. Uh, maybe the hair follicle thing is for a drug test. Um, we'll write you letters in jail. Not Jenny. I've donated 4 times. I'm fixing to donate again. I'm fixing to throw this hair in the trash.
Well, you better put it in the trash can.
Straight up burn it so nobody else can get a hold of it. Big old fire. Be stinking and everything. Y'all ever smelled burnt hair? It ain't pretty.
Oh God, it smells bad.
Let me tell you what smells worse. I'm gonna gross y'all out. I'm not gonna say it.
Burnt skin.
Yep.
Yeah.
You won't never unsmell that.
Yeah.
You don't never unsmell that. It's like when they were talking about in Daybell digging them kids up and they smelled that smell.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Margaret. I'm gonna need some bricks. I can trade and I don't know. I'm gonna have to become somebody's girlfriend.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to be doing some. You're gonna have to be doing some trading for some ramen noodles, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some bricks so I can make some things. But look, I'm dead.
Oh,
Margaret, you a whole hot. Okay, well,
I gotta say that one out loud. She says, if I'm called to testify, though, I'll have to be honest about that whole poll thing.
but wait. Hi, Mom.
Hi, baby.
But wait, are we being honest about the fact that you don't listen? Are we testifying to that, ma'am? I didn't mean to. I
So
got
here's
loud.
the
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Here's what would happen. Margaret would tell them
Look at
about
trigger warning.
the poll
My
thing,
nightbot.
and then the judge would come back and say, "No poll for you. Come back 1 year."
Come back 1 year. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Wait. Richard Allen has been booked into the Allen County Jail. What the what?
Probably just
What
because
the
they're
what?
transferring him. They're just transferring him.
But they said they weren't going to do that.
They're not going to
They were gonna
transfer
bring it.
him.
They were
They're
gonna,
not
yes,
going to. They will not transfer him every single day for trial.
they said they were gonna. They said they weren't gonna transfer him.
They can't do that. That's
I know, I agree.
too
It was
much.
oh my God, he looks terrible. Oh my God. Oh, Jenny. Oh no.
Send me a picture of him
Oh
or a link.
God.
Send me a link to it in the back chat. I want to see it. I'll share it.
I feel like I'm gonna be sick.
Not in Discord, but here in the back chat, private chat.
Yeah.
Is he skinny?
No, but he's psychotic.
Oh God.
Oh God, I want to be sick, y'all.
That bad?
It's bad.
Okay, let me go click the link.
They better shave this man up.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm going to Delphi. I'm on my way. I'm leaving now. Spins is listening to us at 1.5 speed.
God.
Isn't that awful?
Oh, Lord.
Like, I'm not being melodramatic. I feel like I want to be sick.
He looks like he's aged 15 years.
And he looks like I cannot.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop. Let me stop sharing this. Hold on. And then let me go back over here. Present, share screen, share.
How do I
Look at him.
tag somebody in at? Okay.
Look at that.
Oh, I cannot right now. How do I do this? There they are.
You have to use their handle, not the name that shows up beside of it, but their handle. Sometimes it's the same, sometimes it's different.
I got it.
Yeah, he looks rough.
With Delphi, they have a hearing tomorrow, pretrial hearing. They're also going to hear the motion to eliminate, I think, for the God, they are going to have the hearing about the I think the fourth Frank's motion and the evidence coming in and
You okay?
no.
I'm sorry.
I don't care. I don't care. I do care if he did it, but even if he did it, this is not okay.
Yeah. Okay, Jolie. Okay. I'll be back in just a second.
Yes,
Apparently, her
ma'am.
father is home. She's
Hi,
losing her mind.
Dale.
I'll be right back. Do you want me to take his picture off the screen?
Please. Thank you. Hey, y'all. Sorry. I had a moment. I had a minute.
Hold on. Let me go back over here and put this one back on the screen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Y'all think about it. Karen Reed is currently out because she has the means to be out. Richard Allen is what happens to the Karen Reeds when they don't have the funds to get out. And I'm thankful that she has the means to not be sitting rotting in jail. And I'm just heartbroken. Because I'll be honest, unless they have something like major in at the trial, I don't think he did it. And but even if he did do it, this is not how we treat people. This is not how we treat people. Guilty or not, this is not how we treat people. And I can't. Sorry. It bugged me, but seeing it up on my TV just kind of got me. Does that make sense though? Like, so Karen Reed is accused of murder. Maybe it's a setup. Maybe it's not. Maybe she did it. Again, unless I see, I mean, I've been waiting. We're on day 5. The prosecution said, "Oh, y'all just wait till we get to trial and see how much stuff we have." And I ain't seen nothing yet. But you know what? She's not sitting rotting in jail. She spent the weekend with her family. And I'm thankful that she's not sitting and rotting in jail because I don't think she's guilty either.
Who?
Karen Reed.
Oh, gotcha.
My point is that if you look at this, okay, Richard Allen is what happens when you don't have the means to get out. Oh, what'd she get from Daddy?
I don't know. He was putting groceries away. He got me some salads and.
Rude.
Well, no, I told him to. I told him to.
I said rude. I ain't brought salad home.
He brought me salad home.
That's okay. Thank you.
Love y'all.
I'm sorry. I just got a little. I mean, I'm not sorry. I'm apologizing, and then Spin's gonna be here in an hour and a half, and she'll be like, "Ma'am, why are you apologizing? You always tell me not to apologize." She don't talk like that, but anyways, I was not really okay, but I was handling it until I saw it up on the big screen.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it was. I'm not okay. I'm not okay with people being treated that way in America. Like this is not how we treat people.
Yeah.
Guilty or not. Guilty or not.
What, honey?
Anyway. What'd she get? She got something. I can tell by the way she's flitting around.
I don't know. I think she's just excited because he's home.
Daddy's home.
I don't know. I went in there to look, and he was just putting a few things away. So I don't know if he got her something or not. Probably, but who knows? But no, I don't feel sorry or
I'm not
apologize.
sorry. I'm not sorry. I was just trying to catch myself. I just so maybe I pray that they're saying that they brought him over for the hearing tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I pray that they leave him there
But the thing is if they're having a hearing, why would they book him into that jail?
Yeah,
That
they have
doesn't
to be
make sense.
keeping him there. They have to be keeping him there. Maybe
I
they
mean, they did
decide.
that for Lori. They did that for Lori when they took her back to Arizona, was it? I think.
Yeah.
She got a whole new booking photo, was booked into that jail. So I'm thinking they're going to keep him there. I don't see, I
Yeah.
mean, because they're not going to book somebody into a jail if they're just there for a hearing
Right.
and then going to turn
Right.
right around and go back.
Well, good. Maybe he'll get some reprieve.
I hope.
But
Jeez Louise. Wouldn't it be something though if he came out of like just the next week or so, week and a couple of days, however long
started
jury
doing
selection
better?
is, for him to make a big turnaround in his health, mental health especially, and
Yeah.
then let him see the difference between now and then.
Yep. It depends on if they're jacking with his meds, you know. There was talk that they were messing around with his meds. Anyways.
All right. Do we want to go back and see about
Yes,
this
let's see
hearing?
what they're
If there
doing.
is a hearing.
Let's see what they're doing. I'm sorry. I just
Quit apologizing,
No, I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
There
I
is
didn't mean to
no
Okay.
need to
Ma'am.
apologize for your feelings.
I'm not apologizing for my feelings. I interrupted the whole thing, but I couldn't help it when I saw him. When it came up on my thing.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play. Oh, Lauren, see you later, BB. Have a good night. I
Bye,
hope you sleep
Lauren.
well.
Sleep well.
Mickey's reading that the coroner is saying Micah's injury is consistent with a self-inflicted wound, gunshot
I
wound.
don't buy it. I don't believe it.
And it's been ruled a suicide.
I don't believe it.
All right. Let's get back to this real quick. It don't look like there's much of anything that goes on. I really feel like
No,
that
they're doing a voir dire. They're doing a voir dire.
Okay. Let's go.
You may be seated.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
About to be good.
I'm just gonna run it to them.
All right, please. Back to session, you may be seated.
Is the witness here?
Please watch your step. Step to the stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
I swear it sounds like somebody's clanging and banging silverware. It sounds like we're in the middle of Cracker Barrel.
Not the Cracker Barrel.
And they're
Honestly,
just slinging and like throwing. It sounds like it's the wash boy, and he's got the bucket of slinging dirty dishes
Yep.
into his bucket to take back to the kitchen.
I think part of it.
Julie got a banana.
Yay, banana potassium is good for you.
Banana.
So it grows strong.
Okay. What was you gonna say, honey?
I think part of it is, I swear the judge has like a stainless steel cup with a stainless steel straw.
Oh,
Because you
yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
hear it like every once in a while, like she takes a sip and it's like, and then she goes, okay, I'm gonna put $1 on the wall right now that she does that at least once while they're voir direing this guy, because it's about to get good, y'all.
Okay. Have you already watched it?
No, but I know what they're voir direing.
Okay.
So it's gonna be good. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All
Okay.
right, bye.
Let's go.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now adherence from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Mayor Young?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes.
I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil.
Friendly?
Exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew I was a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
Yes. Alfredo.
Sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and, for all intents and purposes, physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lapalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And
Alfredo was released.
So the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, or battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night, and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopolito and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond? Something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court."
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Blank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers on that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall round about when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
That's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
Right, the vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
You're on a mood strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation.
No.
Even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion.
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lang's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lang is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to. So they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station,
yes,
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get their police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopalitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I if I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has admitted as and there is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving.
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements who all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise, please.
Wow. At least she didn't seem like a total wretch to them then.
Guess she couldn't avoid that one. She's probably gonna be on the phone yelling at Lally.
I don't know though. I mean, that seems like one that she could have easily been like, yeah, no. 22 years.
She's been so prejudicial. She's got to give them something. In my mind, she has to give them something because.
Well, I mean, and then maybe that's why she is giving them this, because it is like kind of like, you know what I mean?
My thing with Lally is, the same as with McClelland in Delphi. Like, they say all this stuff about, oh, we don't want to bring it in to confuse the jurors. Are we putting people who can't think for themselves on? I mean, what are we doing here? Like,
yeah.
I cannot with any of them. So
They should all be
it
fired.
just I ain't never heard so many times in my life, it confuses the issues.
Yeah.
No, it clarifies things. That's why you don't like it. But yeah, I'm over here panicking, thinking this child's got to work tonight. He changed his schedule. I need to get on track here. I'm like, this child gonna be late. He gonna be late. And I was fixing to yell, and he is not.
He's like, I don't have to, Ma. Leave me alone. Let me sleep.
Well, no, I had to get him up to go get not the girlfriend. But anyways, Yeah, so that should be interesting. You can tell these
Well, I
people
wonder
are
if he'll
not
get him
used to
the
being.
police reports that she needs and wants and all the things by
And
in the
they're gonna have to
morning.
order them. I don't know if they'll have them in the morning. It's a good try, but
I don't know. Maybe they have quicker access to that stuff because they're lawyers. Who knows? I don't know.
I mean, it shouldn't be hard to. Well, let's see. 22 years ago. Depends on how they had them. They should be transferred over. Watch, they can't get them.
Oh God.
Watch them. They'd be like, "Oh, we don't know where they are. We're sorry."
Mm. I think those got blown away with the leaf blower
Yeah.
years ago. Where did you go, QB? Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Hey. Um. They I gotta say that they got me with the leaf blower video. Because initially, I mean, when they were talking about a leaf blower, I thought they just came up in there and were like, you know.
Yeah, it did seem very rather helpful. I thought. I
It's not
mean,
bad. But also, but also, then I would say that it's not helpful for the prosecution though, because they were easing, blowing stuff away, but they didn't find nothing. And then after 2 days and like 36 inches of snow, all of a sudden they start finding shoes and hats and
43 other pieces of plastic
yeah, that's a whole
tail
lot.
lights. Yeah, that's a little sketchy. Yeah,
So
I ain't
yeah, I
believing
ain't
none
buying
of
it.
that. Mm-mm.
I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. So
Mm-mm.
currently, let's see. Oh, I wish they would stop doing this.
Who's doing what, honey?
Keep posting this picture.
Oh, well, quit looking at Twitter.
Well, it keeps popping up, and I got stuff. This whole thing with Micah, this is y'all gonna see me on the news. Y'all about to see me on the news.
Oh,
They a whole
it's
lot.
crazy pants. It's crazy pants.
Check.
Crazy
Well,
pants.
check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. They know people. The pastor knows people that do the investigation in North Carolina.
Oh yeah,
You think it's just a coinkydink that she ended up in Lumberton? I don't think so.
that's very convenient.
I don't think so. I'm mad. I'm mad, yo. I'm mad.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's gonna be a whole big thing. That's
Mm,
gonna be a whole big thing.
mm.
What's been the latest on now we're doing a little bit of the chit chatter part, you guys. What's been the latest with Sebastian Rogers? I haven't heard anything. I
Nothing.
mean, I saw some headlines, but nothing
Nothing.
really.
Oh.
Oh, you found your dinosaur book. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
Yeah, I tried to pay attention to different things while I was going over the weekend, but it was so hard. I
Yeah.
was trying to, not talk too much crime with the craft people. Yeah. I mean, it's inevitable, right? There's a couple people that we were like chit-chatting about crimey stuff with and then
Right.
I tried to rein it back in a little bit. So, yeah. You there, QB? QB. Where are you at, ma'am? Oh, she said BRB. Okay, I was like, wait, where'd you go? Spin says, hey, y'all, I skipped ahead. I was certain I wouldn't catch up. You caught up. You caught up. Good. Steph gave up. She said everybody come home and she was interrupted. So she didn't get to get caught up. That stinks. What? I don't know what you're saying, baby. So, oh, she may have had a call. Yeah, probably. That's probably what that was. Probably what that was. I don't know. We might wait and see what kind of information comes out about this Micah Miller, and maybe have a random chit chat about that, and like separately in a separate stream or something. Because I just seen what I saw last night. I haven't caught up on any of it today because I've been in here cramming with y'all, but oh, now I got the yawns. I got the yawns. Wonder what QB's doing. Man. Whatever it was is very important. Maybe she's figuring out what to do for dinner. That's very important, right? Very important. And now she's gone. She just left me all by myself. All by myself. I got the yawn. Oh, I'm yawning my full head off. So there's a ton of stuff. Now we got Delphi starting in 1 week. I don't even know how I don't know how I'm gonna manage that, because at this point the judge is not allowing cameras, or I don't know about audio, but definitely not cameras, which really sucks. Because I don't know how we're gonna cover that other than I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Sherry, it's the 11th Doctor Who from DAC, Mandy Manzano. That's what I'm working on. I'm about halfway, maybe a little over halfway done. QB, ma'am, if you are meaning to be here, I can't hear you or see you. I see you in the background, but she's just sitting down there, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, playing some b-ball outside of the school, all that jazz. I think I'm going to cut it. Oh, there you are. Hi. Can't hear you, QB. She's like, okay, let me get out and come up with the other one. Which one do I use? Which one do I use? Which one do I use?
Hello.
There, now.
Her.
Now I hear you.
It's the 9th. Adam Montgomery is the 9th.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I just saw it come up on the screen, and the kids are coming in. I don't know if they're gonna be loud or not. Sorry, I got a call, and yeah. So I didn't mean to bag out, but I did.
That's okay. Is everything okay?
Yeah. It was
Okay.
Alice and sister, and
Oh,
we were
okay.
just trying to make some. I didn't go yesterday because Em was afraid about getting sick, and I'm like, I think I'm okay. I think we're all okay. But then just her voice, she just stressed me out. So, but I
Yeah.
need to go see her, and they're going out of town. They're going out of town on Friday, and she's like, well, I can set her all up. She can handle it. And I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that. So, so I'm gonna go Friday and stay with her. So anyways, yeah,
Well, good.
that was
That's
it.
good.
Yeah. So, she's like, I don't know if you're not okay. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I need to see her.
Yeah.
Not just because I miss her, but also because I want to put her gallbladder. She's been having problems with her gallbladder, and so I want to put my eyeballs on her.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyways,
I don't blame
I
you.
don't remember what we were talking about, and I apologize. I didn't have it on D&D. Actually, if I would have had it on D&D, it still would have broke through because I got her on she's on a favorite. Because if something ever happens,
Yeah.
I need her to be able to get through.
Right.
So, what
Right,
DP are you
Spence?
working on?
It's the 11th Doctor Who.
Oh, that's right. I just got a new DP. Oh, Spence, I gotta text you. I got info. I got schminfo, man. She can be like, text me now. I
Call me
I
now.
acquired.
Text me now.
Call me now. Text me now. I acquired a new DP that I probably going to try to see if I can kit up. I'm trying to clean off my desk.
Well, good. What's it of? What's it a picture of? Hello? You guys, I think she's getting another phone call. I think she's got another phone call. Oh, nope, there she is. Hello? Hello?
Hang on. Hello? I hate it here. There you are. Yay.
Oh my god.
Me silent? Never. That was my headphones. I was trying to
I hate it here.
get. Oh, I hate it here.
Okay.
I do hate it here. Are you playing the MK?
Yeah, I did. I played it one time.
Oh Lord, it's going over and over. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I hate her phone. I hate her phone.
It stopped. I don't know, like, why it wants to do that.
Because
Here.
it knows that it gets on your nerves. That's why it does it.
I'm gonna try maybe to see if I can go this week to AT&T.
Yeah, I believe that when I see it.
Let me text my guy. Look, I'm going to text my guy right now and see if and also I need to talk to Manchild. Hold on just a second. I'll be RB. I'll be RB.
BRB. So for dinner tonight, I'm going to have a salad and a chicken wrap. That is going to be my dinner. I don't know what the rest of the family's having, but like I said, I got to get this weight off of me. And my husband will not eat like healthy food. So, like one night, you guys, we were having pizza for dinner. And I said something about like making a salad to go with it. And he's like, but why? And I was like, I don't know, because some people eat salad with pizza. And he's like, really? Okay, but I don't want salad. I was like, okay, forget it. Whatever.
Okay, I'm back. Hi.
So,
Hi.
do you know
Coming
I
back and
kept
almost
doing that at
falling
the
back
speaking
out.
retreat?
Did you?
Anytime somebody would say hi to me, I'd be like, "Hi," and I know they're thinking, "Oh my god, stop it!" And I did. I kept on and kept on and kept on, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm getting on my own dang nerves."
Spins, are you saying that my meal suggestions are not good? I sent her Snicker salad. I'm gonna stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop.
Spins, I really don't have any meal suggestions. Here's my thing, okay? I'm like a creature of habit. I can eat the same thing every single day
Same.
for a week, and it doesn't bother me one little bit.
Same.
I can eat a chicken wrap, and what I mean by chicken wrap is I've got this, like, rotisserie chicken breast deli cut lunch meat,
Mhm.
and I know it's full of sodium, right? But blah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I eat that with a carb balanced tortilla wrap
Right, right,
and a
right.
squirt of mustard, and I roll it up and I eat it, and then I'll have a Caesar salad, and I go by the calories, and when I'm strict with myself, I try to stay at 1,200 calories to really put myself in a deficit so that I can lose some weight, you know?
Mhm.
I know they say nowadays, oh, women, you
Except for
need
your
to have
body
more
thinks
than
it's
200.
starving, and so it eats muscle and not fat, just saying. 1,200
Well,
is
but how
not
many
enough
calories
calories.
are you supposed to eat?
1,200 ain't enough. That's like the minimum. You
See?
can't go from you cannot go from eating more than the maximum calories to eating the bare minimum for a 16-year-old female.
I'm not
I'm
16 years
sorry.
old.
I know you're not, but 1,200 is like the bare minimum for a 16-year-old female. It ain't like it ain't 1,200 ain't across the board for all females. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, if you go watch Doctor Now,
I don't give two craps what any that doctor says because that is bull crap.
he says you have 1 month to lose 30 pounds. And so,
But that's not safe. That's a pound a day. That's not safe.
that's for severely overweight people.
Doesn't matter. It's still not safe. It's still not safe. It's not safe. Sorry.
1
No,
month to
no.
lose
1
30
month.
pounds.
Come
Listen,
back 1
listen.
month. Come back 1
1
month.
month, 30 pounds for someone who weighs 800 pounds is
Nope.
plenty
Nope.
safe.
It's not. It's not safe. It is not safe. You're shocking the body. You're shocking the system. No, absolutely not. Go watch Swoop and what her deep dive on Biggest Loser and then come back and talk to me.
Oh, no, The Biggest Loser, that's different. I don't believe
It's
in
the same
working out, so I
concept.
don't believe in throwing somebody that weighs 600, 700 pounds on a treadmill and make them walk till they puke. I don't
No, but
believe
it's the
that's healthy.
same it's the same as but see, okay. The walk until you puke part is not the problem. It's the 7, 8 hours a day, going from 0 to 7, 8 hours a day. There's a lot of times when people start a exercise regimen that are not used to exercising, that they will get physically sick, even if it's bare minimum. That happens, but it was the 7-8 hours that was just ridiculous. But the calorie, you can't. You do you. I will support you in whatever you do. I'm just telling you that you cannot. Let me put it this way: it's not healthy, but you also cannot maintain it. So the minute you start eating more than 1,200 calories, every bit of weight that you lost is going to come right back.
Well, I don't want that, but I mean, also, I mean, I did lose. You're right. I mean, I did that. I lost 1,200. I mean, I was doing 1,200 calories and I lost about 20 or 25 pounds. And then I stopped smoking cigarettes
Mm-hmm.
and gained it every bit back. So I'm just saying right now, nobody on the
Okay.
channel knew that I smoked cigarettes and switched over to vaping until just now. So
Okay. Well, I didn't out you. I
no,
knew,
you
but I
didn't.
didn't out you.
Yeah, I didn't.
But we don't judge here because we're grown adults and we can do what we want. Sorry. But it's not. It is because you stopped smoking, but it's also because you could not maintain that 1,200 calories. It's not maintainable. It's not
Well, it
maintainable and it's
wasn't
not healthy.
maintainable, especially because I had quit smoking cigarettes and I wanted to shove everything that was food and yum into
In
my
your
mouth
mouth.
hole.
Yeah, exactly. In your mouth hole. We got ear
I mean,
holes, we
so
got eye
even if it
holes,
would
and
have
we got
been
mouth
even
holes.
if it would have been 1,600 calories, I was gonna eat way more than 1,600
I feel that.
calories a day.
I feel that. But my point is this. My point is that 1,200 calories is not attainable. If you want to jumpstart, then you can jumpstart it. But the key, honestly, to it, especially with what you got going on health wise, is that you need to eat 6 times a day. And I know you're going to go, that's crazy. I know. I'm the same way. It's why I can't lose weight. When I diligently eat, and I'm not talking about 6 meals, I'm talking about 6 times. So you have a meal, and 3 snacks. Okay? Your smallest meal is at night. Okay? It's not what I do. It's not how I roll. I get busy and I'm going and I'm doing things all day, and then all of a sudden I ain't eating all day, and then I'm like, dang, I'm hungry. Let me eat all the things in the house. But if you can make little snacks, okay, and have them there, even if they're like bags of nuts or something,
Yeah.
okay, and go to $1.25 Tree, okay. $1.25 Tree's got some mini snack bags that have the ounces.
Calories.
No, the ounces marked on it, and cups. So I do
Oh,
this for M. I won't do it for myself, but I'll do it for M. I do it for M. I put together serving sizes for her, okay, for snacky snacks. Because she's like me, and she'll just grab the bag, and then she'll eat the whole bag. Look, Nightbot said, trigger warning. You ain't wrong, Nightbot. So, get you some of those and bag you up, bag you up some snacks. Okay, don't get the planners ones, Morgana, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna bring that back. We're gonna bring it back. Okay. I don't know. Ooh, by the way, I don't know what happened over in Daybell, but they threw he threw the attorney out, the attorney for Ian Polakowski or whatever, Melanie's husband. He
Oh,
came with his
yeah?
own attorney, and
You cut out, QB. QB.
Okay.
I hate it here.
That was not the real QB. That was the I hate it here QB. Hmm. So Spence says I'm a boredom eater. My problem is I don't cook on my own like ever. QB got me the idea for a grill. I still don't use it. Mm. Sherry said, Jenny, when your swelling goes down, start walking. Take Jolie and Mickey Joe. Do a little each day. You will feel so much better. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely want to do is start walking again.
Could you not hear me?
No, honey, I could not hear anything you were saying.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can.
See, you cut out again. And now I can't hear anything you're saying. If you're saying anything, I can't hear you.
I don't know what this thing is doing.
Now I
I
hear
don't know
you.
why it is causing a whole problem. I don't understand. I was trying to get to, don't make me go on the Twitter on my laptop. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Can you,
Mm-mm.
okay, I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yep.
I can hear you. You can hear me. We're good.
Yep. Can you hear me?
I hate
Can
it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. Hold on. Let me try something. I'll be right back. Stand by.
Ay, 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 ay. So, Sherry, whenever I would walk, um, like just walking, like, and I'm not even gonna lie, just walking big kiddo out to the school bus and back every day. By the time I get back into the house, my foot's killing me, and my hips and my back. It's ridiculous. Okay, ridiculous. So I've got to do something. Margaret, we love our air fryer here too. And we used to do that all the time. And that's something we got to get back into is like broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, throw them on a pan for my air fryer and just spray them with some olive oil spray. And I love that. Spin says my power chair, I think, has contributed to my weight gain. That was my biggest fear. Mm. That stinks.
I'm over here
Time to start.
yelling at my computer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh my, yeah! I've been on mute.
Jolie, are you going to puke? Please don't. She's over there coughing and gagging. She's my gagger. She's like her mama. She starts coughing a little too much, and she'll go. Bleh.
When you say your feet's hurt, you got plantar fasciitis? Didn't we have
Jolie, don't answer for me, ma'am. I have it in my right foot, but it's feeling more like
a bone spur?
not plantar fasciitis pain. Now it feels more like cramping. Like it's cramping in my foot. My feet cramp up.
Need you some Hokas.
But then over the weekend, while I was doing a lot of standing and walking, if I stand in one place for very long, like we were having to stand to take our group photo, and while
Right.
we were getting everybody all gathered together and in the right spot, and I had to stand still for like 5 minutes, the bottoms of my feet were on fire.
Yeah. You need some new shoes, ma'am. Look, even Jolie said, yeah, Mom, you need new shoes. Okay. Here, let me read this to you. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. It says, Judge
As long as
Boyd.
you ain't gonna tell me about my life.
I'm not going to tell you about your life. If you want me to tell you, then you let me know. Judge Boyd asked Ian's attorney. Now, Ian is Melanie Boudreaux's new husband.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But she's now Melanie Pulowski.
Yeah.
And this is Ann Pulowski. So Judge Boyce asked Ian's attorney, Garrett Smith, to exit the courtroom. He's not going to allow him to remain. Smith represents, or did represent, not sure of current status, the following people in this case: Melanie, Ian, Zulema, and Summer. Mm.
Wowzers.
Also, Mr. Allen is down to 147 pounds.
Wow.
5'5" and 147 pounds.
That's crazy.
I love that child.
Margaret says, Sherry, I wish I could, but you put a Brussels sprout in front of me and I'm 2 years old all over again. I love Brussels sprouts, but Jolie, man, can you please stop? She's trying to have a pillow fight with the dog.
I want to see.
Well, I don't know.
So are we going to catch up on Daybell tomorrow?
Well, let's see. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so Karen Reed is half day.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess we'll do half day. And then when they stop for the day, then we can switch over and do a new stream and do like Speed Watch Daybell or something.
Okay.
We need a lemon face speedathon.
And we were like hyper speed. And I was like, hey, y'all, okay, we're going to switch to day 2, day 16. Okay, let's go. It was like, but the one guy, I had to reduce it back. And then there's one time, when we first switched over to day 16, I don't know why all of a sudden it just went back to normal, but we were listening to normal. And I was like, why are they talking so slow? Y'all need to hurry up. Let's go. Oh, also, I just knocked my whole cat in the head. Come here, Nate.
See, you said you was going to punch her earlier or knock her out or something.
But this was an accident. Come here, Nate. Nate. I saw we. Come here. She's giving me the stink eye. I lifted my hands up because I talked with my hands, and she was jumping up on the chair, and I swatted her smack in the head. Now she's scratching her head. Like, I didn't hit her that hard. She ran into my hand, actually.
Okay. That baby. Don't you be mean to that baby.
I ain't never mean to that baby. That's my girl. My girl.
I know it. I'm playing.
I saw we.
Oh.
Come here. She's coming. Come here. You probably hear her because I don't have the noise cancellation on the computer. What?
Yeah.
Now? Can you tell him that I hit you in the head? You gonna tell him? Meow. She said meow. Meow.
Meow.
Can you hear her?
Yeah.
They hear you. They hear you. Okay. Cool. Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here, go chat with Dale for a little bit, and then I'm going to mind my P's and QBs and go lay down on my feet over my heart.
I am going to. Oh, I started to tell you about my new DP.
Oh yeah, I asked you hours ago what it was of, and then
because I started to message you, Spins, and then my phone was acting stupid, and I couldn't be on here and on my phone. It was doing some weird stuff. I'll text you in a minute. I promise. It's good. I'll say this: Dragon seasons. Okay. So I got one called de los Muertos by
Oh,
Knox River.
yeah. From
I love
where?
it so much. Huh?
Wait, say that again.
From Knox. Not from DAC. From
Mom.
Hi, Mom. Mom.
Hi, baby.
I would be in so much trouble around that child. I would spoil her rotten.
She already is.
Yeah, de los Muertos. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having a hard time saying it. Dia de los Muertos. Um, but it's not the DAC one. It's the Enablers Outpost one.
Okay. I need to look and see.
By Knox. By Knox. Can you pull it up? Can you share your screen? Can you do all the things? I know how to do those things now, but I can't do it right now. Oh, I can do it.
You can?
Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Don't do it. And enablers and watch this. Watch me be cool. Y'all watch me be cool. Dia de los Muertos by Knox River. There it is. Stand by. Oh, she's so pretty. I'm trying to get her to fit on the screen here.
Margaret says, I'm going to have to cheat and watch I Am a Lousy Lame Lemon by Chad Daybell tonight. I just read Nate's tweet. I won't give any spoilers tomorrow unless we can take a poll on whether or not I should
No
spoil it.
poll for you.
Come back 1 year.
Come back 1 year. Can you see it?
Yes.
Is she fantastic?
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's
I
pretty cool.
love her so much. So, what I'm going to do is her eyes in here are brown. My eyes are hazel. I'm going to see if I can change her eye socket holes.
Her eye holes.
Her eye holes to be green because she kind of looks like me.
Mm-hmm.
Except for this. We don't have none of that. I did it. Did you see I did it? I
You
did
did
it.
it. Look at you, baby.
Boom.
Look at you.
I'm so fancy, but I love her so much. I love her. What? Unboxing of what?
Of that, apparently.
Nuh-uh. Did she? Oh, man. All right. Her eye holes. Isn't it beautiful, Margaret? I love it. And so I have not been really doing any. I did some testing for a putty, and I got a little one to do that on. But I think I'm gonna have to. So my deal is if I kit down the ones that my whips that I know I'm not gonna do for a while, and I clear off part of my desk here, then I can kit it up and.
What's Spins is saying iris. What's that?
That's the part of her eye hole that I'm gonna change.
Oh, the iris.
Yes.
It's her eye hole.
In her eye hole.
The iris in her eye hole.
The iris in her eye hole. So I'm gonna try to make it green, but I'll kid you not. Okay, there's like 4 colors in that little tiny eye hole.
Oh wow.
So I'm trying to find what I have. I have some rhinestones that are different flavors of green.
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
So that may work, but I mean, I'll just leave them brown. I'm hazel anyways. Even if I could just like, I have to look and see how many are in there, how many browns are in there, because maybe I could just like put like a rhinestone green in replace of one of the brown.
I was gonna say if you could mix the green with the brown, that'd be pretty cool.
I'm thinking if I could do one, but if I do a rhinestone and the
I,
rest
I
are
don't mean
brown,
replace the green with the. I meant like add both green and brown is what I meant to say.
right. So there's like 3 or 4 browns in that one eye hole. If I take
Mhm.
one of the browns and I replace it with like a rhinestone green, it would make it flashy, and then you'd have the green and the brown.
Mm.
You're not liking that, okay?
No,
I'll
I
have to see
do.
what
I do. I do.
I have to see what greens I have.
You just have to see
Let's see
what
what,
they look like, how they play off each other.
and I'm not gonna lie, I saw a new painting that hopefully will be coming to the neighbor's outpost soon, and y'all don't sleep on that thing.
Mhm.
I tried to steal the sample. I'm like, I'll do it for you. She's like, your arm is broke, and I'm like, I will break it more to complete it for you. Are you a country girl?
Mm.
Are you a country music girl? Nah, she not spins. Never. Oh, am
I
I being
mean,
Darth Vapor? You can hear me, can't you? Sorry.
no, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, good.
Um, I I like some country music. I prefer the older country music, like from the '90s. But
Let me show her again. Look. Oh,
um, she is pretty.
don't let me have to.
Don't what?
You can't let me have nothing.
What'd you do?
I just did put her back up there for a minute. I was like, let's see if this will work. No, I'm not breaking no more of my arms
Well, why did you yank her back down off there so quick?
because I was hoping you wouldn't notice. I was playing.
Oh,
I'm sorry. She's
I
so pretty.
noticed.
Ain't
I
she
saw
pretty?
her.
She's so pretty. Should see the canvas. Canvas is gorgeous.
Mm, mm, mm,
Gorgeous. I
mm.
think she's hand charted. I don't want to lie.
Spins, yes. 90s country music is the best. Like back in the day in the 90s, whenever they had a
Mm.
dance barn here, and
Oh
we would go
man,
country
yeah.
line dancing like every weekend. And that's the music, like George Strait, Alan Jackson, all those, oh,
Chattahoochee. Way
love that.
down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
Right?
The hoochie
Achy breaky
coochie.
heart. Well, oh, I was at the retreat and they were playing music outside and I was like sending T-Ma a message and she line dances. That's like a big thing for her.
Right.
And while I was recording the message that I was sending her, filming to send a video to her, the music was playing and the music was hold on a minute, let me think of the words. It's totally one that they would always line dance to. Da 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 da. Like a rolling stone, time marches on. Time marches on. Do 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 do. Something about a sexy grandma. What is that? I can't remember all the lyrics to that. But
You lost me at.
hold on, let me find it. Time Marches On is by Alan, not Alan, it's Tracy Lawrence.
Oh,
Time
I love
Marches On.
Tracy Lawrence.
Hold on, let me find the lyrics to that. Um, time marches on. Time marches on. Lyrics. The south moves north, the north moves south. A star is born. Okay, I'm sorry. But the lyrics to that song is amazing. And when that song came on, I was like, "Oh my god, T-Ma, this is the song that you like I've seen them dance to that song." And so it was literally like she was here for a minute, from there at the retreat for a minute, cuz she's always at the retreat and I missed her this year too, so. Yes, Margaret, brother's on a diet for high cholesterol. Yes. Sister calls herself a sexy grandma. Brother's on a diet for high cholesterol.
I am
Oh
deceased.
my god.
Okay, this
She
chick.
knows it too. So you really don't know it, QB?
No, I know it. I just couldn't remember the words. Um. Okay. I got to read this to you. I'm not going to say what her handle is. Um. There's this person that that does these what I learned today in the Karen Reed trial. Do I need to give her credit if I'm gonna read it? It's a Twitter post.
I mean, you can, might as well, yeah.
Okay. It's mom juggling life. And she does it every day. So here's day 5. What I learned day 5 of the Karen Reed trial. Lieutenant Gallagher believes he is the MacGyver of crime scene investigation. Lieutenant Gallagher believes evidence contamination is a conspiracy theory. Any plastic container will do. Stop and save bags are multi-purpose. I'm dead. Lieutenant Gallagher admitted they broke the taillight. The little white rag absolutely was not involved in any DNA transfer. Really, it didn't, I swear.
Oh my god.
Lieutenant Gallagher believes Lally's coordinated hair gel spikes are a halo because he is the beacon of truth, and only what he says can be believed. The entire room laughed at him. They did. Did y'all hear them cackle? Well, I believe. He told me, so I believe it. Oh my god. Okay. In Canton, a dead body on your lawn missing a shoe is not probable cause to search the home. Sergeant Good is very proud of the little leaf blower that could.
Oh my god.
Despite using the best leaf blower ever, no tail light was found at the scene. Sergeant Good gets confused with the numbers 32 and 34. Lieutenant Gallagher is a big believer in red solo cups.
Good lord, he was, wasn't he?
Helena Rafferty believes a $100,000 kitchen takes priority over proper evidence bags and containers. Canton police don't learn about chain of custody in the academy. If you're upset when a loved one is seriously injured or dying, Carrie Roberts will tell you to shut the F up. Not the little leaf blower that could.
That's pretty funny.
She does it every day. She is like spot on. I love it's hysterical. It's hysterical.
There's some really good tweets some really good like people that I follow on Twitter, not specifically for like breaking news, but for stuff like that.
Okay,
You know?
Lucy's got one. Question: Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Answer: Yes. Question: And during the course of the removal of the light, that tail light was broken. Correct? Answer: That's correct. Question: And shattered? Answer: Yes. Lieutenant Gallagher then backpedals and claims he didn't just say what he just said. Because he came back, he's like, I didn't say we broke it. Sir, are you gaslighting us right now? You legit just said. Lord.
He did.
I posted on Sleuthie's thing. I said, he a whole lie. I need to record that.
He's a whole crap. He's a whole crap.
He's a
That's what you said earlier.
the stuff
He's
that
a
comes
whole
out
crap.
of my face is just
He ain't like a little drop in the toilet. He's a whole crap.
Bye, Morgana. Why did I say that? I did say a whole crap.
You did. Bye, Morgana. Love
Love you.
you.
What's for dinner, ma'am? What's she making? It's Monday. What's she making today? She making Alfredo?
Probably.
She making some kind of pasta. Watch. What you making, Morgana?
Morgana.
Banana. Hammock. Oh, you got bougie. Steak, baked potato, and salad.
Look at you.
Tell Dale. Johnny salad. All right, Morgana, save me a plate. I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah, me too. Medium well. Leave the A1 on the table.
Ooh, medium well. On my way to Delphi.
That Margaret said, Morgana, that doorbell is me. I'm here. Margaret entered through the portal.
Yes, we're going to Portal to Morgana's for some steak.
Yeah. Just be careful of the store.
Ew. Look, you missed it. Wait till you see Saturday.
Oh God, why?
Look, Shiraz came in for like 2 seconds, right?
Oh, Miss Shiraz.
Well, wait a minute. Before the stream ever started, she never came back when the stream started. And she's like, get ready for the storm. And I was like,
oh God.
We're not doing that, ma'am. We're not doing that.
I love her so much.
Oh, she cracks me up. I mean, she like slid in, came in hot, but it was before the stream ever started, and she was like, "The storm is coming," and I was like, so then I said something, and everybody's like, "Why you say it like that?" I'm like, "Cause I can't even read it properly anymore." Like
How do you read it?
I get a storm warning on my phone, and I'm like, "The storm warning." Yeah, I just remembered. I got
my God.
From Taco
so
Bell.
funny.
I'm a hot mess, yo. It's bad.
Yeah.
Did you hear about yard
Well,
paper?
huh?
So I kind of got half the story. So are you having a salad tonight, and they're having other things?
Who, my family?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Eat more than that, ma'am.
I'm gonna have a salad and a chicken wrap.
Okay. I know them little bistro salads. They're about 5 calories.
No. I always get the Caesar salad, and they're like, for one serving, it's like 300 calories.
Is the whole bowl a serving?
Yeah. For the small bowl. I mean, if you get the
No, I
like
know the
big,
bowl.
massive rectangular salad, that's supposed to be like 3.5 servings. And if you
Not
ate the
you
whole
knowing
thing,
how
which
many
I've done
servings.
before,
Not you knowing.
it's like 700 calories for the entire
That's
big
your whole
rectangular.
daggone day.
I know, right?
Put it down. I'm gonna go have me some Snickers salad.
Yummers.
Nobody in my house wants any. I'm like, that's fine.
I'll eat it.
That's
I'll eat it right on.
I made a big old bowl of it, so I'm gonna have my tacos and some Snicker salad. Snicker.
Yummy. I do buy the spins. I don't know if you're an ice cream person, but if you are, like my big thing whenever I'm trying to lose weight, because I have a severe sweet tooth, and I like to have a little something sweet like right before I go to bed, okay? And I found these ice cream on a stick ice
On a
creams on a stick.
on a
But it
stick.
the name brand is Yasso,
Yep,
Yasso, and
I
it's
get them
Greek
for M.
yogurt. But
I get
my
them for M.
God, they're so good.
They're really good. They're really, really good, and it's the low carb. Um, is that even a question? Bye, Margaret. Be safe.
Yeah,
Love
be safe,
you.
Margaret.
Yeah, I get those for M. You know what else
They're
she likes a
literally
lot?
like I think I get 2 they have 3 different kinds at my store. They have, mint chocolate chip, they have chocolate chip cookie dough, and then they have fudge brownie, and all 3 of them are
Yes, I like the fudge
amazing,
brownie.
and they're like
Like
100 calories, and that's a nice size bar.
it is a good size. It's
It's
like
like
as big as your
yeah.
hand. It's like the size
Yeah,
of your
it's
hand.
nice size.
Yeah, it's a good
Um
size.
Right, Patricia, but that's just it. If you want 2 or 3, then that's 2 or 300 calories. They're just 100 calories a piece.
They're
So
good.
here's the thing, you can either have 2 or 3 of those or 1 Big Debbie cake, and you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I will eat 2. If they're 100 calories a piece,
I
I'm
can
like,
have
"Yeah, give me
5
2."
Big Debbie cakes because that's 1 serving.
Mhm.
Then I'll get the Morgana, go feed your family. I'll get you the carb count. It's very low, because I get them for M.
Now the
Uh,
Yasso, I'm not sure that they're low on sugar. I don't think that they're, like, carb friendly.
no, they have some carb friendly ones though that I get for her. Not the chocolate covered ones, but the let me see if this one has it.
Is it Breyers?
There's another one that
Breyers
I
has one that's pretty good. It's like a fudge sickle. Those are pretty good.
oh, okay. So the the um stand by. I'm trying to think. I get her the popsicle brand, sugar free, um, ice pop, the regular fruit pops or whatever. Those are
Mhm.
25 calories and have like, I don't know, 50 grams of carbs in them, I think. And then I get her the fudgesicle ones and because okay, she don't need to be worrying about calories, but she's always looking at the calories. I'm like, ma'am, you need to look at the carbs.
Mhm.
But she don't look at the carbs. So, Morgana, the carbs on that one is 17 grams, 6% of your daily. Um, it's not bad. It's a good size. It's a good size daggone bar. Let's see if it's got an ounce count here. 3.5 ounces is the bar. It's a good size.
Mhm.
They're not bad. That's not a bad carb count. It's not a bad carb count. Um, yeah, that's not terrible. Um, but yeah, she's always looking at the calories, so I gotta always watch the calories. She's like, "Get me them 25 calorie popsicles, ma'am. I got to go to 18 different places to find them. Don't come back with the 30 calorie ones because they got another one that's like tropical flavors or whatever, and they look the same. Nah, homie, they're not the same. They 30 calories instead of 25.
Oh,
Like,
Lord.
I'm like, ma'am, And then the fudgesicles I think are like 50 calories. I'm like, excuse me, a fudgesicle is worth 50 calories. I think it's for 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell her, that her looking at the calories, that ain't helpful because the calories is based on the fat and the sugar. And yeah, anyways. Grizzy's
Right,
doing
Morgana. They have to balance it one way or the other.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to not see what happened.
With Daybell?
Yeah, because now they're saying, get your A out of here, Garrett Smith, aka A Clown. You've been filthy, dirty, grimy from the beginning, just like your clients.
What?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know. Ma'am, I'm gonna jump out of here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna jump out of here too.
I'm gonna go see what we're doing, what he's doing, what kiddos are doing, because now Jolie's being awfully quiet, unless she might be outside with her daddy. So
Oh, she might be with Dad, but all right.
Yeah.
All right. Love you.
Love you.
Package. Did you respond to me about that? Never mind. I will talk about it offline. Sorry.
Okay.
Love you. I gotta get
Love
Angie.
you.
All right. I'm gonna jump down. You do your Southern goodbye, and girl, I almost jumped you down.
Oh no.
Let me
Oh no.
remove this myself before I
Oh my
start.
God.
That would have been funny, but not really. All right.
I love you.
Tomorrow.
She absolutely cracks me up. She cracks me up. She's so cute. She's a whole cute thing. Scared you, didn't I, QB? Didn't I? Mm-hmm. Did I scare you? One more time for the road. Hold on. Let's do this. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and all the other YouTube things. And I will see you in the morning. Okay. Around the same time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. I love you guys. Thanks for being so good to QB while I was gone. And thanks again, QB, for you doing all the things while I was gone. So the Fit butters are good. Expensive, low sugar carbs. I don't know. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Bye.